nations. Please protect and preserve Belize, our beloved country. God of might, wisdom, and justice, please assist our Belizean government and people with your Holy Spirit of counsel and fortitude. Let the light of your divine wisdom direct their plans and endeavors, so that with your help we may attain our just objectives. With your guidance, may all our endeavors tend to peace, social justice, liberty, national happiness, the increase of industry, sobriety, and useful knowledge. We pray, O God of mercy, for all of us, that we may be blessed in the knowledge and sanctified in the observance of your most holy law, that we may be preserved in union and in that peace which the world itself cannot give. And after enjoying the blessings of this life, please admit us, dear Lord, to that eternal reward that you have prepared for those who love you. Amen.
Announcement by the Speaker.
Members, good morning. Before we commence, I'm obligated to inform you that prior to the commencement of today's sitting, a notice was submitted to my office via email seeking leave to move the adjournment of the House. To grant leave to adjourn the scheduled business of a House meeting for a matter that has not been specified would be an abuse of the proceedings of the House and would be irrational for me to entertain such a request. This, as you may be familiar, members, is in pursuant to Standing Order 14. For the Speaker to be satisfied that the request by the member for Mesopotamia, Leader of the Opposition, be considered under Standing Order 14.1, pursuant to Standing Order 14.2, the Speaker must be satisfied that the matter is definite, that the matter is urgent, and that the matter is of public importance. All three criteria must be met. For the matter to be definite, it must be specific, and the facts of the matter have been determined. It cannot be presumptive. For the matter to be urgent, the matter rises to the level of a national emergency, which demands the urgent and immediate redress of the House. So it would have to have arisen suddenly, and as such be of a nature that it would have had dire consequences if not addressed immediately, because proper notice would have been too long, or that discussion through the ordinary course of the business of the House sitting would not have satisfied. It cannot be a matter that has been ongoing or is ongoing. And for the matter to be of public importance, the matter has had to have or would have had nationwide effects, and the seriousness of it would justify using this extraordinary procedure. All three criteria must be met, members. The request that was presented merely stated to discuss concerns of teachers, and if not addressed, may lead to a strike. Members, there is a reason why Standing Order 14 is an extraordinary procedure. It cannot be based on an individual's member thinking that it is of public interest that it must be debated urgently. It is for this reason that Standing Order 14 is considered extraordinary and that it is not taken lightly. This has existed long before I took up this chair and will exist long after. I assure members that the Speaker relies on well-established practices in other Commonwealth parliaments and precedents to determine if the House should grant leave for a debate that was not on the orders of the day, based on if it is definite, urgent, and of public importance. I remind members there are other mechanisms within standing orders that provide for matters that do not meet this threshold to be brought to the attention of the House, such as questions to ministers as per Standing Order 19 or on the adjournment of the House as per Standing Order 13 to rise on a matter of public interest. Thank you.
Papers.
I recognize the Honorable Prime Minister and Minister of Finance, Economic Development, Investment, Blue Economy, Civil Aviation and Immigration.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. But Madam Speaker, if you allow me a slight indulgence, and I just want to take a moment to pay homage to the life of David Dick. Mr. Dick was one of the founders of Blue Creek. He, along with his brother, John Dick, in the 50s, were looking for a place where they could have a better life. And after meeting with the father of the nation, George Price, they decided to move to Belize, to this area, and Blue Creek was in the middle of the jungle. And the stories that he told, that when they arrived there, they were cleaning this thick jungle by axe and by hand. And because of the hard work that they have and the discipline to be able to provide for their families, they managed to create an industry in Belize, which is the agricultural industry. They were one of the first, the pioneers when it comes to the issue of cattle and rice, and doing it in large scale. They were also in the construction business. He was a great Belizean. He was a hard-working Belizean. He actually represented the Belizean that George Price was talking on radio when he said, "Wake up and work," because that's what he did every single day of his life. He would get up and work to make not only for his family and his community, but for the country of Belize a better place. So may he rest in peace and rise in glory. Our sympathies goes to his family and the community. That said, Madam Speaker, I rise to present and lay on the table sessional paper number HR 239A-1-13, Central Bank of Belize, Estimates of Revenue and Expenditure for Fiscal Year 2024.
Honourable members, that paper is ordered to lie on the table. I recognize the Honourable Minister of Infrastructure, Development and Housing.
Good morning, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise to present and lay on the table sessional paper number HR 239B/1/13, Ministry of Infrastructure Development and Housing, Contract Agreement, Municipal Infrastructure Development, San Ignacio/Santa Elena, November 2023. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Honourable members, that paper is ordered to lie on the table.
Presentation of reports from committee.
I recognize the Honourable Chairperson of the Health and Human Development Committee. Clerk, can you assist, please?
Rise to present the report number HR 240/1/13. Report from the Health and Human Development Committee and National Women's Commission Bill. Also, HR 241/1/13, report from the Health and Human Development Committee of Families and Children Amendment Bill 2023.
Honorable members, those reports are ordered to lie on the table. I recognize the Honorable Chairperson of the Public Service, Labor, Industry and Trade Committee.
Madam Speaker, I rise to lay on the table report number HR 242/1/13, report from the Public Service, Labor, Industry and Trade Committee on the Harbors and Merchant Shipping Amendment Bill 2023.
Honorable members, that report is ordered to lie on the table. I recognize the Honorable Chairperson of the Education, Sports and Housing Committee.
Madam Speaker, I rise to lay on the table report number HR 243/1/13, report from the Education, Sports and Housing Committee on the Education and Training Amendment Bill 2023.
Honorable members, that report is ordered to lie on the table.
Questions to ministers.
I recognize the Honorable Leader of the Opposition, member from Mesopotamia.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Pleasant good morning to all of my colleagues on both sides, guests in the gallery. Will the Prime Minister and Minister of Finance and Economic Development please tell this honorable House when the Crown Council and magistrates will get paid the salary adjustments approved by the Barrow UDP government many years ago, which was finally passed in the December Supplementary Appropriation Bill?
I recognize the Honorable Prime Minister, Minister of Finance, Economic Development, Investment, Blue Economy.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I must commend you. You're being very kind to the Leader of the Opposition, because under the previous government, a question like this would have never been allowed. It would have been disallowed, because the gentleman can't even frame a question properly. Because when he said finally passed in December, which December? Was it 2023 or 2019? Since his UDP government, his father passed this, that maybe they approved the appropriation, we didn't want to pay them. So we could have started off right there, and Madam Speaker, and this could have been disallowed, but you are kind, and I must commend you for that. But as I read this question, Madam Speaker, this man reminds me of a man that would light his house on fire and then criticize the fire department for not causing this fire. Because this is something that his UDP government, his father's government, created, and no one to come and blame us for something that we had nothing to do. We are fixing the problem. But to educate the gentleman, and that's a tough one, let me start off, Madam Speaker, to give the entire chronology of what happened. And again, you got my number. Shut up.
Member from Mesopotamia, 42B.
Well, that's the problem. That's the problem. When you use the word simple, look in the mirror. So
Member for 42B.
Yes.
I have cautioned you.
That's why you're there. I'm here. Yes. But Madam Speaker, let me try to explain, to educate. I think maybe the member of College will understand what I'll be talking about, because I think he has a better chance of being here than you. Let's make that very right. And I wanted to correct the young lady, when he says the opposition and his members, when only one there, only one member. Madam Speaker, in 2012, the then UDP government approved the upgrading of posts and increase in salaries of the Attorney General's ministry. Those to be affected positively were the Deputy Solicitor General, the Assistant Solicitor General, Senior Crown Counsel, Senior Magistrate, Crown Counsels, Magistrate, Legal Officers, and Legal Assistants. The increase would take them to at least 2 levels on their respective pay scales. Of course, like everything in other UDP, this did not happen. What followed was a number of discrepancies and anomalies in the salaries being paid to Crown Counsel and legal officers. This discrepancy began to emerge following the intake of new officers after the 1st of April 2012 and caused issues among the ranks of the legal officers. Guess who they started to hire after April 1st, 2012 in the Ministry of the Attorney General's Ministry? If you give me a hint or whistle if you're correct. Simply what happened back then is that the children of the ministers, UDP ministers who got scholarships paid by the government of Belize started to come back to work. And they were hired at the ministries, at that office. And so we know what happened. You know, some better than the rest. So some of these young officers were being paid above what the rest were collecting. But we will leave that as that, Madam Speaker. So, Madam Speaker, as there have been the case with many matters left unfinished and left to fester by the previous government, this PUP government is now left to fix this mess and correct yet another UDP blunder or incompetence. So last November, the Ministry of Finance upgraded these posts and increased salaries and allowances for staff at the Attorney General's Ministry, trying to correct this. This means that each officer's salary have to be reviewed on a case-by-case basis to determine whether they were placed on the correct salary point and whether corrections needed to be made. And in the case of officers who received compensations, i.e. honorariums, to mitigate the differences, such amounts would be subtracted from any amount like retro payments that may be due. Our government further in December of last year, 2023, appropriated some $1.5 million to give effect to this commitment made in 2012, when the Revenue Appropriation Supplementary Number 2 of 2023 bill for the financial year 2023-2024 was passed by the National Assembly. You know the height of hypocrisy? You know when I said face of brass? This leader of the opposition comes and asks us when we are going to make a payment caused by his government in 2012.
Madam Speaker, on a point of order, Madam Speaker, the standing orders clearly talk about irrelevance. We don't need a history lesson. The question is, when will they be paid?
Take your seat.
It's a simple
Please
question.
take your seat.
You cannot allow him to abuse this opportunity.
Please take your seat. Prime Minister, please continue.
It is important to give... I'm answering the question. I'm answering the question.
Leader of Opposition, member from Mesopotamia, I am cautioning you for the second time to be silent when the member is on his feet.
It is important, Madam Speaker, to give the entire history of how this came about. And they don't want to hear the truth, because they should be ashamed that their promises in 2012 are not until now. This UP government is making these payments. But this leader of the opposition have the face of brass to come and ask when we have paid them, and yet he voted against we paying these people. You voted against it?
Madam Speaker, that is an absolute lie,
Yes,
Madam
you did.
Speaker. On a point of order, Madam
That's
Speaker,
not a point of
he is
order.
imputing improper motives.
That
That is a lie.
No.
That is a lie.
Sit.
How could he say
It is
that I
not
voted
a point of
for
order.
something that I did not?
Member, you need sit.
You voted against it? You voted against the supplementary? You voted against it? You show me where you voted yes. You voted against it. Madam Speaker, so as I was saying, moving on, Madam Speaker, he voted against it. He did not support the supplementary appropriation bill so that we could be able to vote. These very same people now, he claims that, oh, he's so concerned about them. Where was he from 2012? Asking his father, the then Prime Minister, said, when you have paid your people, now all of a sudden he have a conscience and want to come here to the house to grandstand. That is the problem. You could have come, leader of the opposition, whenever you want something, you call me, you message me. I always answer you, don't I? Every time you call me, I answer you. And if I see a missed call from you, I'll call you back. If I take hours to answer a message, I apologize. Sorry, I'm just reading your message. You could have asked me. And because you disappear from me, I'll be mine. But the point I'm trying to make, Madam Speaker, that he wants to grandstand here when he could have avoided all of this and could have asked me and we could have explained this so that he does not have to be embarrassed in front of the entire nation. So, Madam Speaker, I guess he's trying to get the approval of the former leader and former Prime Minister. So he tries to sound like him and give the impression that he is so smart. But he only continue to show to the Belizean people that he really don't got it. He really don't got it. The gentleman from Colette.
Madam Speaker, on a point of order, this is
You need to name what's the
repetitious.
point.
The standing orders.
What is the point of
against
order?
Repetition and irrelevance,
That
Madam
is-
Speaker. That is a
No,
standing
I
order.
do not deem that
It
as
is.
such. Please sit down.
That is very subjective on his part. But the truth is, everybody know that and in Granny, that the gentleman over here from Colette, quietly sitting down beating his time, has a much better chance of someday, but it'll be a very long time, for maybe sit on this chair than you, my brother. So, Madam Speaker, to continue to explain to the gentleman, I'm not sure if you understand what we've been saying so far, but I will continue to explain it for the rest of the nation, not for him, the rest of the nation to understand. We have approved the money. Finance gone through the whole entire exercise. We went to the cabinet and said, listen, we need to fix this, what the UDP messed up back then. We prepared it, we came here to the National Assembly. Despite the lack of support from the other side, we voted, despite them, to be able to correct this and to pay what these people deserve in the Attorney General's ministry. We're not doing him any favor, they didn't deserve it. What we're supposed to be ashamed that from 2012, we don't say we don't pay them and we never did pay them. But now, after we've gone through, there is a process that we have to follow. We have to follow the Constitution. We have to follow the law. This matter now, Madam Speaker, is now within the Judicial and Legal Service Commission. That is the body that sets the terms and conditions of the judicial and legal services. We have the Public Service Commission and we have the Judicial and Legal Commission, of which they are separate because they are a part of the judiciary. Remember the three arms of government? Remember? Tell me if you remember. Do you know the three of them? Do you know the three of them? Do you know the three of them? So, Madam Speaker, the point is that he could have avoided all of this by coming to us and ask us the question, and we have walked him through it and avoid for him to be embarrassed. The Judicial and Legal Service, Madam Speaker, they will issue new letters of appointments to the Crown Counsel and magistrates to reflect the commitment of a salary adjustment made way back in 2012 by the Barrow administration that this People's United Party government is going to be paying them. So, Madam Speaker, as always, we always have to be cleaning up the mess of the previous government, but we did not come here to complain. We were elected to make things right, and that is exactly what we are doing. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the Honorable Leader of Opposition, member for Mesopotamia.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and no thanks to you, member from Orange Walk Central. You did not answer the question. You have abused this body.
Member, are you going to read your question or do we move on?
Totally abused this body. Will the Prime Minister and Minister of Finance please tell this honorable House why he refuses to heed the BDF retirees' plea to implement the salary adjustment given to the BDF under the Barrow UDP government?
I recognize the Honorable Prime Minister.
Madam Speaker, again, I have hoped that the Leader of the Opposition that I will get up and withdraw the question because I don't want to embarrass him. But what I will do, Madam Speaker, since he could not comprehend what a standard 6 child would have comprehended what I explained just now, I will send you a copy of the answers. You could sit over and study it. And after reading it maybe 10 times, you might understand it, no? But, Madam Speaker, in 2019, again, under the UDP government, the government agreed to regularize the rate of annual increment of enlisted soldiers. Remember the date? 2019. We had a UDP government. They also agreed to extend the salary scale for officers. When the Ministry of Finance sent out the circular on this matter, they stated that this revision was not a salary increase, nor was it intended to be a salary increase. 2019, mind you. Who made in a government? UDP, right? What it was then, it was a salary adjustment and a standardization exercise. The memo from Finance went even further to state that any increase in the rates of pay arising from this exercise was a part of the regularization exercise. Now, in implementing this, a mistake was made, and some officers at the rank of private were placed way up on the pay scale. Follow me so far? For example, they were supposed to be placed at the beginning of the pay scale, but instead were moved several places up the pay scale. When the Ministry of Finance realized the error, informed those affected by it and adjusted the pay scales. Now, if the Leader of the Opposition, I'll be nice, was a competent leader, he'd have never brought this question to the House, Madam Speaker. If he really cared, all he needed to do was to ask his party chairman, who was then the Minister of the BDF. Remember the mass shortage of the camouflage cloth? Yeah, that same minister. You could have asked him to explain. He said, boy, tell me what is going on right here. And I hope you could have explained it to him. But you could have also asked the former Prime Minister, who was the Minister of Finance, and they would have told him that no increments were withheld from any member of the BDF. Simple. Could I ask these two gentlemen? But I guess maybe they're afraid for us, the then Prime Minister. But then you could have come talk to me and I'd have explained it to you. And you never had to come and grandstand in the National Assembly. So here lies the problem. Here lies the problem, is that we have a leader of the opposition. He doesn't even know how to frame a question, much less to ask a question with substance. Now, there's nothing wrong asking for help, my brother. Nothing wrong. The member from Albert, who is not here today, and from Colette, they both have years of experience in this National Assembly. Years of experience over the leader of the opposition. But regrettably, it seems now even they want to help their own leader of the opposition. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize
I have a follow-up question, Madam Speaker. I just want to be clear. So you're saying that you always have to clean up the UDP mess, but in this particular instance, you agree with the UDP decision not to adjust the salary of the BDF? I just want to be clear, Madam Speaker.
That's not a follow-up question to
Oh,
the
is that
question
not a
that you
follow-up
posed.
question?
Your question
That
was
is
he
what he
refuses
said?
to heed the
And he's saying
BDF
he's not
retires.
heeding it because the UDP did not make such an adjustment. Yet he always claims that whatever the UDP did was wrong. And in this instance, the retirees are pleading that their salaries be
We're not
adjusted.
having a debate. I'm not allowing a supplementary. I don't see it as a supplementary to the question that...
Madam Speaker, if you would allow me just to answer this gentleman, because he constantly he embarrasses himself. What we have done...
Prime Minister, I want to be clear. What is a specific supplementary question that you are going to answer?
Well, I was just wanting to make a correction, Madam Speaker, because it came to my attention a few weeks ago that some of the soldiers that were overpaid, that it seems that they are, some of them have retired, and they are holding back on their gratuity to settle that overpayment. And this government said, we will not take away a single cent from them, so we will go right back, and then we're to proceed in paying our soldiers what they justly deserve. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the Honorable Leader of Opposition, member from Mesopotamia.
Rules only apply to some members in here. Wow. Will the Minister
I'll be careful
of
if I were you,
Labour-
member.
Will the Minister of Labour please tell this honorable House when the Essential Services Arbitration Tribunal ruling in favor of the stevedores will be enforced so they can finally be paid?
I recognize the Honorable Minister of Rural Transformation, Community Development, Labour.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, my grandmother used to tell me, and I certainly appreciate and heeded her advice, that humility takes you a long way. Humility is certainly a quality of a good leader as well. And certainly what we see the leader of the opposition displaying certainly shows that he has a great deficiency in humility. Madam Speaker, I stand before you to address the inquiry raised by the leader of the opposition regarding the enforcement of the Essential Services Tribunal award on the matter of the stevedores on the Port of Belize Limited regarding sugar redundancy payments. Madam Speaker, allow me to provide a comprehensive overview of the events that have transpired leading up to the current circumstances. In July 2021, the Christian Workers Union brought forth a trade dispute to the Ministry of Rural Transformation, Community Development, Labor and Local Government, encompassing concerns about the redundancy package of the stevedores. The dispute was subsequently referred to the Essential Services Arbitration Tribunal. The tribunal issued its oral award on January 27, 2022, followed by a written award on March 30, 2022, directing both the CWU and the Port of Belize Limited to engage in negotiations to determine the terms of payment for the redundancy package. Despite the tribunal's directive, the award was not adhered to, prompting the ministry's intervention in facilitating negotiations. As negotiations were not initiated, the port asserted that the award had been met, leading to the submission of a letter on June 9, 2023 by the CWU. Acknowledging the tribunal's jurisdiction and recognizing that the enforcement falls within the purview of the High Court, the Ministry of Labor has diligently facilitated the resolution of disputes culminating in an award. In response to the challenges faced, the Ministry reconstituted the tribunal and applied Sections 11, 12, and 14 of the laws of Belize to address the matter. On June 23, 2023, the Ministry reinstated the Essential Services Arbitration Tribunal to review the award as in the CWU's letter dated June 9, 2023, resulting from the 2021 dispute. The matter was referred to the tribunal for a decision on interpretation. On December 8, 2023, the tribunal dismissed the application by the complainant, upholding the previous clear and unambiguous award. The Ministry of Labor, in strict adherence to the Settlement of Disputes in Essential Services Act, has actively facilitated the resolution of disputes, ultimately leading to the award. The subsequent enforcement process lies within the jurisdiction of the High Court. Today, it is crucial to emphasize that the acquisition of the Port of Belize by the Government of Belize positions the CWU favorably. The government affirms its commitment to fair treatment of workers. An interim board has been appointed to oversee the operations of the port. In conclusion, I wish to emphasize that the CWU and the interim board are currently engaged in discussions addressing various pending matters. The government is committed to taking all necessary actions to ensure compliance with its obligations. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the Honorable Minister of Human Development, Families and Indigenous Peoples. My apologies, Clerk. He needs to announce the section.
Statement by ministers.
I now recognize the Honorable Minister of Human Development, Families and Indigenous Peoples Affairs.
Much obliged, Madam Speaker, and pleasant good morning to all members in this Honorable House, and clerk and staff, persons in the gallery. Thank you very, very much. Madam Speaker, the Maya land rights case and its surrounding issues are really taking center stage in this country today at the beginning of 2024. I made a statement in the House on the last occasion explaining the great progress that we had made in relation to the Caribbean Court of Justice ruling of 2015. And I can recall, and I repeat here, that Madam Justice Rajnath Lee actually praised the government and all the parties concerned for the progress that we had made. But today, Madam Speaker, we are arriving at a difficult section of the negotiations. Our government, Madam Speaker, at the beginning of 2024, remains committed to advancing dialogue and negotiations aimed at the implementation, the continuing implementation of the 2015 consent order as ruled by the CCJ. We are actually in the 9th year of the implementation process. However, I must remind this Honorable House that it is in only 3 years that the government has conducted widespread consultations with the 41 villages that are named as included in the court case. After these consultations, Madam Speaker, at the village level, and after developing a roadmap that has been mutually agreed by the government and the appellants, we are now moving forward with the development of a draft, I repeat, draft policy on Maya customary land tenure. Of course, this is a complex process. It requires a lot of communication and understanding between and among all parties involved. In this case, government's role is to bring a balanced perspective on the issues. We are aware that not all communities feel the same way about registering their villages as communal lands. Additionally, there are private landowners who remain concerned about what will happen with their titles or leases as we move forward to demarcate areas that can be registered as communal lands. It is clear then, Madam Speaker and people of Belize, that there are various stakeholders with much interest in this process. Government must have a commitment to hear from all stakeholders and to find a way for the interests of all to coexist in the Toledo district. For this reason, we have developed and filed with the court the free, prior and informed consent FPIC protocol to guide the consultation process in relation to developments in the respective Maya villages. We have implemented this FPIC process to ensure that villages are aware of, understand, and give their consent to various projects by both the government and the private sector. What government is proposing in the draft policy, Madam Speaker, and people of Belize, does not go contrary to the FPIC process or to any delimitation exercise concerning Maya villages. In fact, we are proposing a starting point for moving forward. Let me remind the nation that after many millions of dollars that have already been spent by certain proponents, only 3 villages have completed demarcation. And as a responsible government, we cannot allow this process to be open-ended, and hence the difficult phase that we are now in. Madam Speaker, we are not saying that by proposing 1, 2, or 3 kilometers from the center of a village that we are completing the demarcation process. No, we are saying that villages may, if they so choose and so vote, by a sizable majority, they may register these lands as communal lands after negotiation and acceptance by the government. We are also saying that the lands outside of initial proposed boundaries, villages are entirely free to come forward and negotiate and to show evidence or proof of customary land use and occupation in order to make a claim for additional space. Madam Speaker, government, in all our meetings, has remained entirely open to information sharing. We will continue to dialogue with villages and all other interested parties before proceeding to develop legislation which establishes a model and procedures for registering communal lands in the Toledo district. And I might depart from my text, Madam Speaker, to say that when lands are registered, or the land of a particular village is registered as communally owned. It is one title that can be issued, and that title is inalienable. In other words, you can't sell it. And in other words, you can't take it to the bank. If you have a private title or lease, Madam Speaker and Belizean people, you can take that to the bank as collateral for a loan, especially, say, for education of your children. So I'm making that point very clear. Inalienable and communally owned. And of course, Madam Speaker, we are not forgetting third-party interest, private ownership, protected areas, and other areas which may need special attention. Again, Madam Speaker, allow me to depart from my text to refer to a declaration that was made on the 27th of January in Santa Elena at a mass rally that was held. Allow me to refer, for example, to Section 4 of that declaration. And by the way, parts of the declaration are encouraging because that declaration is saying that it is recognized that we must sit and talk and negotiate to come to agreement. But this is the part that I wish to read to the record here at the National Assembly this morning. The land is our life. The land is our future. And we stand united to protect it for our children and their children's children. The land belongs to us, Maya Kechi and Maya Mopan of southern Belize. Concerning, Madam Speaker, and it reminds me, you know, Madam Speaker, as an old English and literature teacher, there is an excellent short story by an author named Leo Tolstoy. And the name of the story is How Much Land Does a Man Need? And the story says that the owners of a particular piece of land, a huge tract of land, had said to this gentleman, we will grant to you all the land that you can walk before sundown, but it was already 2 or 3 o'clock in the afternoon. And so they told him, all the land that you can walk by sundown, we will grant to you. Well, the man never walked, he ran. And he ran, and he ran, and he ran because he wanted all the land. And he ran so hard that he dropped and catch a heart attack and dead. And how much land did that man need? About 8 feet so, and 4 feet so, and 6 feet so. Madam Speaker, what is the moral that I am trying to get to this morning? The land is forever, but we must share. We must remember our children. We must remember other people. We cannot claim the whole of the Toledo district. I would like to say, Madam Speaker, that I caution and I ask for restraint. The other section I'd like to read, Madam Speaker, from that declaration, which I find concerning as a Belizean, but also as minister. And it says here, we strengthen our unity as Kechi and Mopan, caring for our lands. We commit to fixing our boundaries with our neighbors and take the maps and agreements of our lands to Belmopan for those who are responsible to release our titles. I'm sorry that our Minister of Natural Resources and Lands isn't here, but this sounds a little bit like a threat and a demand to me, Madam Speaker, and I don't think we can afford to do that. We have one Belize. Madam Speaker, let me finish my presentation today, and thanks everyone for listening to my little short story. Our message today is that government will stand strong and firm. We will not be bullied or succumb to unnecessary threats as we carry out our responsibility to the Maya people and to all Belizeans. I have said, and I repeat, here in this honorable house today, that this process is a marathon and not a sprint. Not everyone may end up completely satisfied and happy. There will be need for compromise, understanding, and a shared feeling of oneness as Belizeans. I reiterate, Madam Speaker and all Belizeans, that government is committed to sustainable development that is responsible, responsive, and balanced. Throwing tantrums and threatening the government cannot work in the difficult situation that we are now in. We look forward to continuing engagement that the President of the Toledo Alcaldes Association has pledged, supported by legal counsel and the technical advisor for the MLA, the Julian Cho Society, and the Toledo Alcaldes Association, in achieving workable solutions that are aligned with the general development framework of Plan Belize. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the Honorable Minister of Rural Transformation, Community Development, Labor and Local Government.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise today to provide to this honorable House and, of course, the nation of Belize an update on the OSH bill. Madam Speaker, the OSH bill was first presented to Cabinet in 2011 and subsequently submitted to the Public Service, Labor, Industry, and Trade Committee of the House of Representatives in January 2014. Feedback from the Chamber of Commerce and Industry and the National Trade Union Congress of Belize prompted a review of the bill. In the months of November and December 2023, the Ministry of Labor, in collaboration with an OSH working group, engaged in consultations and sensitizations with diverse stakeholders. The OSH working group reviewed feedback received from the BCCI, the Labor Advisory Board, the Central Building Authority, the Ministry of Health and Wellness, the Department of Environment, the Belize Social Security Board, the National Health Insurance, and the Ministry of Finance. Proposed amendments to the bill were presented to Cabinet and received approval on January 30, 2024. A revised bill will be presented to the Attorney General's Ministry with proposals for amendments, and when those are returned, they will then be again presented to Cabinet, and once Cabinet approves, they will be coming to the House for presentation. Madam Speaker, the primary objective of the OSH bill is to establish a comprehensive legal framework for the safety and health of workers. This involves defining responsibilities for both workers and employers, repealing the Factories Act, Chapter 296 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, and implementing key components such as the National Occupational Safety and Health Authority and the Occupational Safety and Health Inspectorate. Madam Speaker, we have made significant progress, and I think it is important for the record that whilst this bill was first presented back in 2011 to Cabinet and came to the House in 2014, quite a long time during which the UDP government was in power, they did not see it fit to move this bill. We recognize the importance of this bill both to workers and employers, and hence the reason, Madam Speaker, I can assure that we are going to deliver on bringing the OSH bill to the House for passage. Madam Speaker, in conclusion, this legislative initiative emphasizes the Ministry's commitment to prioritizing the safety and well-being of the workforce and signifies our collective dedication to fostering a conducive, secure working environment for all workers in this country. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Introduction of bill. I recognize the Honorable Minister of Home Affairs and New Growth Industries.
Morning, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, this is the Private Security and Investigation Services Control Amendment Bill 2024. Madam Speaker, I rise to introduce a bill for an act to amend the Private Security and Investigation Services Control Act, Chapter 138(1) of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, to empower the Firearms and Ammunition Control Board to issue firearm licenses to security companies and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto. Madam Speaker, it's a fairly straightforward, self-explanatory bill. It is actually a consequential amendment following late last year's amendment to the Firearms Act, in which we established the Firearms and Ammunition Control Board. That board has since been commissioned, and now we are making this consequential amendment as it pertains to the issuing and revocation of licenses for security companies that are using firearms. Madam Speaker, this bill has the recommendation of the Cabinet.
Honorable members, that bill is referred to the National Security and Immigration Committee for examination, consideration, and report.
Bill for an act to amend the Private Security and Investigation Service Control Act, Chapter 138(01) of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, to empower the Firearm and Ammunition Control Board to issue firearm license to security companies and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto.
I recognize the Honorable Minister of Home Affairs and New Growth Industries.
Madam Speaker, in accordance with Standing Order 49(1), I move that the bill be taken through all its stages forthwith.
Honorable members, the question is that the next stages of the bill be taken forthwith. All those in favor kindly say aye. Those against kindly say no. I think the ayes have it.
Motion relating to the business or sitting of the House.
I recognize the Honorable Prime Minister, Minister of Finance.
Madam Speaker, I move that at its rising today, the House adjourn the date to be fixed by the Speaker.
Honorable members, the question is that the House at its rising today adjourn to a date to be fixed by the Speaker. All those in favor kindly say aye. Those against kindly say no. I think the ayes have it.
Madam Speaker, in accordance with Standing Order 12(8), I move that the proceedings on the order paper may be entered upon and proceeded with at this day's sitting at any hour though opposed.
Honorable members, the question is that the proceedings on the order paper may be entered upon and proceeded with at this day's sitting at any hour though opposed. All those in favor kindly say aye. Those against kindly say no. I think the ayes have it.
Announcement by the Speaker.
Honorable members, it has been agreed that the Private Security and Investigation Services Control Amendment Bill 2024 pass this day. As you are aware, under Standing Order number 74, all proposed legislation, messages, petitions, motions, and other matters relating to the subject mentioned under the title of each standing committee shall be referred by the House to such committee for examination, consideration, and report to the House. For this to be done, other than by suspension of standing orders, is for me to suspend the sitting to enable the National Security and Immigration Committee to examine, consider, and report to the House on the bill. All those in favor kindly say aye. Those against kindly say no. I think the ayes have it. The sitting is therefore suspended until the National Security and Immigration Committee has concluded its business.
Presentation of report from committees.
I recognize the Honorable Chairperson of the National Security and Immigration Committee.
Madam Speaker, I rise to present and lay on the table report number HR 244/1/13, report from the National Security and Immigration Committee and the Private Security and Investigation Services Control Amendment Bill 2024.
Honorable members, that report is ordered to lie on the table.
Public business, government business, bills for second reading.
I recognize the Honorable Minister of Foreign Affairs, Foreign Trade, Education, Culture, Science and Technology.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, this is the Education and Training Amendment Bill 2023. I move the second reading of a bill for an act to amend the Education and Training Act, Chapter 36(1) of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, to increase the age of compulsory education for a child and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto.
I recognize the Leader of Opposition, member from Mesopotamia.
Madam Speaker, so that there is no misquote from the unlearned Prime Minister, we do on this side, the opposition, support the bill in principle, Madam Speaker. However, we have criticisms. And one of the criticisms, Madam Speaker, is the fact that, yes, it is a noble intent to want to ensure that our youth stay in school, but without the proper financial support for the vocational training hubs, the schools that have the high ratio of dropout, then this bill will do nothing. It is similar to all of the infrastructure projects that the UDP started, the UDP found funding for, and now the PUP goes around ribbon cutting. It will just be a puppy show, Madam Speaker. As we see right now, which is what I wanted to speak on, the urgent adjournment, but I will speak on the matter at the end of today's House sitting, Madam Speaker, in keeping with your ruling. Again, we urge the government to be comprehensive in their attempts to move the country forward. We see similar deficient proposals in the judiciary, where they changed the judiciary to model after the Eastern Caribbean judicial makeup, yet our judiciary is woefully underfunded. And in order for the new model that they implemented to work, we need more funds. It's the same thing with this. What is the cause of the students dropping out, Madam Speaker? The cause is lack of resources. So raising the age without providing the necessary resources to ensure that we stop the students from dropping out will not solve anything, Madam Speaker. So again, we support the idea of it, but there is much to be desired, and my colleague from Collett, who is the most distinguished Minister of Education ever, will continue and make his intervention so that we can help the government, Madam Speaker, to do better. Not because you don't have it 100% right means that we are condemning the attempt, but part of democracy is for us to give our criticisms, give our suggestions, and hopefully you will incorporate it to make it a better bill, for it to work for the Belizean people, not for you, not for the opposition, but the people of Belize. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the Honorable Prime Minister.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The Leader of the Opposition reminds me of a person who said they half pregnant. You're either pregnant or you're not. So you either support it or you don't support it. Now we can support and then offer some constructive recommendations. Madam Speaker, I think that we need to commend what the Minister, the present Minister of Education and his team are doing, Madam Speaker. Because what is being proposed today is transformative. Transformative because we all recognize that a Belizean kid or child at the age of 14, they really don't know what is it that they want to do with their lives. And many of them, because, yes, of the challenges, economic challenges that their families might face, are forced to go out to work. But this is not a problem that just started over the past 3 years. You had 13 years to fix it and you did not. But, Madam Speaker, again, if you ask for information, then you know, then you could come to the house and then speak more as to what is trying to be accomplished. I had the opportunity to meet with the MCC with John Wingle from the MCC, Millennium Challenge Corporation. Remember that from the US, your heroes. We had a meeting with them, and basically what he was saying is that they are very impressed with what is being done by this ministry and by the government. It's because everything that is being done comes to 3 main points, and it's very simple: quality, access, and relevance. Simple, but deep, if you could understand what we're talking about. Because in the issue of access, what he was saying that the free education, education upliftment program that they're doing that very quietly, without much fanfare. They've been going from district to district, from government school to government school at the high schools, and make it free for all these children, and starting to move towards Chromebooks for all children when they start their first form, and so that most of the education is going to be done electronically and online, using technology to be able to make it more affordable, and also to be able to make it more relevant to what is needed. Quality by working to ensuring that the teachers are also better prepared to ensure that our children are learning. I was very impressed, and Minister, you need to commend your staff for that wonderful job that you're doing for the children of this country. So when we're doing these things, and so that you are moving the cutoff date or age from 14 to 16, we are also making sure that these children can stay in school even if they can't afford it, because of the education upliftment program that we're doing. The free education that the People's United Party promised the people of this country. So that is what we're doing. So yes, you could come and say, oh yes, a good thing in principle, but what about the children that are falling out? We are addressing it. And maybe I would ask, because this is only changing the law. That's why we're just changing the law from 14 to 16. But if, again, I am confident that if you were to ask the Minister of Education to sit down and ask what are the plans of the Ministry of Education, how can we help from the opposition to ensure that we could accomplish these goals that you're doing? Because now we're talking about the children of this country, which we all refer to as the future of this country. Then you could sit down and have a deeper understanding and appreciation of what is being done today. Madam Speaker, with great pride, Madam Speaker, I support what the Ministry of Education is doing, and to ensure that our children stay in school at least until the age of 16. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the member for Colette.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Firstly, Madam Speaker, the Education and Training Act of the laws of Belize is, I'm sure people will know, or if they don't know, let's educate them. This is the primary piece of legislation that governs education in our country. And when it was put into effect, Madam Speaker, it was made clear that it ought not to be the kind of legislation that we can easily manipulate, especially here in the National Assembly. And that's for the purpose that education is very wide and it has a lot of stakeholders. And so the Education and Training Act made it very clear when it was implemented that in order to make amends to this piece of legislation, you have to go out and consult. In fact, it has subsidiary law as well, what we call the school rules. And those rules, even if you want to amend those, which by right is a statutory instrument, and in other pieces of legislation you don't have to consult to make those changes. The minister writes it into effect and it comes into effect. It comes to the House, but only to get negative resolution, lie on the table, whatever we want to term it as. So my first question to the minister is, did he receive the support from stakeholders? Did you consult with the stakeholders, the BNTU, the managements of our schools, whether they be government managements or denominational managements or community managements? Did we, the parents, did we discuss this kind of amendment to the Education and Training Act with the stakeholders? That's my first question. You know why this question is important, Madam Speaker? Because a move like the one that they're attempting, and I will get into whether we support it or not right now, but a move like this is a big move. It's a humongous move for the country and a humongous move for education in this country. And then I would have to, when the minister gets up and closes the debate, Madam Speaker, I would want to hear the answer to that, and then I will then make my determination about our stakeholders. Because if the minister gets up and says, we consulted, the ministry consulted with the BNTU, the ministry consulted with the parents of this country, the ministry consulted with the churches who manage our schools, and they have said nothing, neither A or nay, as it relates to this change in our Education and Training Act, Madam Speaker, then I will have to have some concerns. In principle, it's like what the leader of the opposition said. This is something that is very aspirational. In fact, it is something that I embrace. We need to keep our children in school longer. We need to have them there up to age 16. In fact, I'd hope that our young people especially can stay in school much longer. In fact, the ethos by which we operate in this country's education system ought to be education and training for life, not only up to 16. Way beyond that, older people, grannies and grandpas, could be finishing a high school diploma or getting a tertiary education. That is really what we should be looking at. And lest you believe that it is only formal education I'm talking about, that Education and Training Act should also encompass informal training, Madam Speaker, getting our people trained and retrained to engage in the workforce in a way that will make them extremely productive and take Belize to an entirely different level. So, in principle, we support this matter. But it is like my friend, the leader of the opposition, says, I don't know, when the last education-related bill came to this House, I think it was in December, when the minister made a proposal to amend, and we passed the Accreditation Act. I warned, Madam Speaker, and again, the ministry has come back again, and I don't like to quarrel with the minister. You know, the minister is my friend. We have served in here very long, but I have to call a spade too. What is the influence? What is the push? Why is it that you're putting these legislations and it's making changes, because it's nothing new, but you're putting these things on the books when you know, when you are absolutely certain that the things you're hoping to achieve by making these amendments cannot, given the current resources that are allotted to, and given the current makeup of our system, cannot sustain this kind of thing. And before I go any further, let me answer the Prime Minister in terms of his requests or his concerns about what the UDP did. We believe that the age should be raised to 16, and that is why the UDP put in place, over our term in government, since you want to know, many measures that would support children staying in school longer. You know what the PUP record is? Destruction of most of those activities or those measures, if you will, Madam Speaker, to get children to stay in school longer. I listen to them and their nonsense about free education. The PUP and free education not go together. When you confuse and when you last check the record, you will know that it is only when the United Democratic Party is in government that we ever receive free education in this country. You want me to? I have time, you know. It was the UDP under Sir Manuel Esquivel that implemented free tuition. You remember back in the 93 to 98 term? And the PUP did nothing, absolutely nothing subsequent to that. It was the UDP administration who paid for 6 CXC for students. You remember? And what is the PUP record on that? Nothing. It was the UDP administration, Madam Speaker, who paid for the second year of tuition for every junior college student since that 1993 era to present day. That is the UDP record. It was the UDP who put in, Madam Speaker, the Boost initiative to keep children from going to school hungry, to keep the families from struggling in their homes, to put at least a little money in the bank accounts or credit union accounts of the families of these children so that they can sustain them and send them to school. What's the PUP record? It was the UDP that put in place the food pantry program that is now next to nil or given to only a select chosen few of the PUP ministers. It was the UDP administration, if you want to ask the question, Prime Minister, this is what we did to keep people in school. It was the UDP administration that implemented the $300 subsidy. And if my friend, the member from Toledo West, was only an honest man, if he was, let me not impute any improper motive, but if he would want to tell us, he was, I'm trying to remind the man that I'm a firearm, but you know, he was the education officer in charge of the Toledo district when we implemented. Yeah, get back to me, because you can't change facts. That's a good thing about facts. It was a fact that I fired you, and it was a fact that the children in that area were not going on to high school because they could not afford it. And when the $300 subsidy, my goodness, Honorable Member from Belize Rural Central, you know we had an issue down there with girls going to school and so on. Well, I am telling you down in Toledo, when we implemented the $300 subsidy, you remember we made it automatic after the first year in Stan Creek and Toledo. Children, and the Honorable Member from Dangwiga can tell you as well, children were bending over back, everybody, all of a sudden now, not political at all, sir. You are talking nonsense. Every single child in Stan Creek and Toledo received the $300 subsidy. And nobody asked them whether their parents voted for UDP. Nobody asked them whether their parents voted for PUP. That's a fact. So he don't know what he talk about. But when that happened, Madam Speaker, then let me tell you the record of the UDP. The Prime Minister asked me, so I have to answer. Those children, we had children who had graduated from primary school 2 years in advance. Right, my friend from Toledo West? Some of the little girls from the Mayan villages in your, I can't list now for as beautiful as you, because you get up directly on here about every single of your 28 villages. List them off, but they could not go to school because they simply did not have the money. The people from Stan Creek Valley, they could not go to school because they did not have the money for first and second farm. And when the UDP implemented that $200 subsidy, all of a sudden the statistics are there. I am not lying. You will see there was an influx of students wanting to go to high school, so much that we couldn't even fit them into a classroom. We had to start juggling, correct member for Toledo West, we had to start juggling and getting Mennonite buildings to put, what's that? You want me to, because I'm passionate about what I'm saying. When the ballet start to shout, you don't say anything. The same one will answer me later on, Toledo West. But I'll tone it down for you. I'll tone it down for you. I tell you, me and Yoda, we work well together. I don't want to quarrel. The classrooms could not sustain the numbers, Madam Speaker. And you know what we had to do? Get some Mennonite buildings, and we expanded the schools. In fact, it is the reason why Corazon Technical High School was formed in Corazon Creek. Am I not correct? The then minister or area representative from Toledo East came to me and said, Father, we have to find space for these children to go to school. And I said, brother, where do you want to put the school? He came in at Corazon Creek and showed me one area where completely forested. And he said, brother, this is in April. He said, this is where we want to put the school. I said, you sure? We had a town hall meeting, consulted with all the stakeholders, Madam Speaker, and I told the people we are going to open a school in Corazon Creek. And I remember one clergy person got up and said, well, when you open the school, what is it you're going to teach the children? I said, you think I care about what we want to teach the children? Teach them whatever they want to get taught for that first amount. And before you misquote me, kind of like that last house meeting on Uganda and said that I say that they don't value the degrees here in Belize. They're completely wrong. Like misquote and mismatch and misattribute things. I am saying that I said to that clergy person, should it matter what we will teach, what line of, if the agriculture or the academics or the industrial or whatever, the fact of the matter is those children come August, it turned out we couldn't open until the beginning of October, but we found them a place in high school. And that high school and Julian Shaw Technical High School, and also, I don't got no problem to talk about anything, sir. I tried to do the best that I could in the Ministry of Education. And so I don't care what you say. I know my record in the Ministry of Education. Well, I want to say a lot of things about father, but you can't say, you can't touch that record in education. Julius not say nothing. Sorry, Madam Speaker. In Stanquick, the same issue happened. At that time, it was your good Mr. Sabal and Mr. Humphreys, two political, different people. But they worked together to accommodate the ministry's request to put additional buildings. Then and have all 8, 9 first farm to get students to go into high school, to stay in high school longer. That is the record of the United Democratic Party in keeping children to go to school, Madam Speaker. Ask them where the $300 subsidy there. You never only gone to government school, Mr. Minister. You never only gone to certain people. But you are right. The government schools under the United Democratic Party receive favor. Julian Shaw was saying, Providence, I'm telling you, and the same one in Corazon Creek, they receive right up to Fort Farm, the subsidy. And their fees, Madam Speaker, were so low that the $300 more than covered the fees charged by the schools. And the next move was for us to try to get them the textbooks that they needed. You want to talk about keeping students in school? That is what you need to do. And you need to stop telling the people lie about free education. Again, you all don't do anything to help the people with free education. You could continue to say that if you want now. The people out there in the constituencies in the south side of Belize City especially, but all over this country will tell you your policies about free education does not ease their burden at all. In fact, people meet me every time and clamor for the UDP's way of doing things to come back. The other thing that you need to do in order to keep children in school is to support them. And you have to support them every possible way. We spoke about some financial help that we gave to the parents to pay the subsidy, or to pay the subsidy to pay the fees at the schools. That's one element. But it was also the UDP that implemented school feeding programs across the country. My friend, remember from Dangriga, on a wicked man, but look on a bad mind, John Berger. Had a good thing going. Was feeding, there was a kitchen to feed 200 children in Dangriga every day. You know what the PUP's record on that is? They closed it down, Madam Speaker. There was a feeding program for the children in the Belize River Valley. Where's my friend, the member from Belize Rural North? There was a feeding program when they amalgamated those primary schools and made it Belize Rural Primary School, the one school. There was a feeding program. You know what the PUP did to that feeding program? Close it down. There was a kitchen at Magazine Road. I don't know I don't always view my colleague, the member for Freetown, as being small-minded and petty. And I would want to assume that he didn't have anything to do with this. Change the name of the building from Frank Lizama building. Man, that is worthless. Suppose we'd go back and take back George Price Holiday. Change it over. What did Frank Lizama ever do to the Ministry of Education? Frank Lizama was a mayor of Belize City. Frank Lizama was a member of this Honorable House. But all of that aside, if you want to chalk that up to politics, Frank Lizama was an entrepreneur. Frank Lizama was a man who worked with his hands. And he deserved a vocational trade center to be named after him. But the PUP, a way of doing things, small-minded and petty. Remove the name off the building. But it is the truth. It is a petty action to remove a name. It's not, and if you want to talk about the history of that, that was one of the buildings where you don't like me to go back too far in the past. This is the Gilhari bus station. The Batty bus terminal land still there the rotten way because of your failed deals. You want me to talk about the 30 million and the Novellos bus deal and all the nonsense that...
Madam Speaker, on a point of order.
Order? What's the point of
Madam
order?
Speaker, the standing orders clearly speak to relevance and debate on the matter that we are debating. I mean, he wants to now speak about buses. That is totally irrelevant, Madam Speaker. I mean, he has been raging on and moving away from the point that's being debated.
I hear the point. We're on education. I don't think we're going to talk about buses,
I wasn't
member.
talking about, Madam Speaker, I was saying the bus terminal was left dilapidated, and that was what we turned into an early school leavers program that offered the students sewing, barbering training. There was the same, I think it's the member from Stanquick West that's now the Minister of Youth, the state-of-the-art music studio that is in the Youth Department, the Department of Youth Services, was originally from there. There was a whole initiative to capture our young people who were dropping out of school. What's the PUP record, Madam Speaker? They close it down and they take off Frank Lizama's name. God knows what it is now, but it is not serving the needs of our young people. There was the Gateway Center. The Gateway Center that also lies in the colored constituency. We got grants from, I think it was the IDB, to build this wonderful facility that catered to the young people of the country, to make sure that they had activities to keep them occupied. That is the purpose of this bill, Madam Speaker, to keep our young people engaged so that they don't become a menace to society, and the PUP close it down. There is another one on the foot of the new bridge called the Hub. Millions of dollars invested in the Hub, that one shell. It's empty. It does not produce anything to help our young people because you failed in that regard. You have put no effort or no energy into that. So when it is you come and you say you want to raise the age to keep children in school, I am for it, except that I don't agree that you have done what it needs in order to make sure that those students stay in school. You have not done it. But why I was on the Frank Lizama Center, Madam Speaker, was because the Frank Lizama Center had a kitchen in there too. There was a kitchen that provided 800 meals to students in Belize City every day. What is the record of the PUP, Doc? Want to close it down? Not a meal to come out there, no. The children in the city on the south side, especially where I represent, go to school hungry. Then you know, tell them about plant one least school garden and token contributions here and there. If they get any, you link with FAO and others and do a little token ceremony. The House is also involved in that, Madam Speaker, and you know that I support those efforts to feed children. The last speaker and yourself, I believe, have been very gung-ho about this kind of thing, but it is only cosmetic if we don't have the buy-in from the parliamentarians and the leaders of the government. That is what is happening. Any of them who will tell you that it is the children are going to school well-fed and well-supported, they have to be lying to you. They know that within their own constituencies, those who are rural and those who are in hardship areas, you know that those children are going to school hungry. How you know? You can't even keep the one that were 13 and 14 and 15 in a school now, but only want to pass law if you make it 16 when you know you can't take care of business. I'm telling you, I do with the right measures in place. That I don't want to understand your level of comprehension. It's sick. We have to give the support to these students. The last House meeting as well, Madam Speaker, the minister got up and he boasted, or maybe the one before, one of the more recent House meetings, where he boasted about the fact that we are now going to pay the teachers 100% of their salaries. You remember? They have completely ignored formulas that the Ministry of Education under the UDP administration put into effect. And let me share with you in case you didn't know, because you know, I pity some of my colleagues on the other side because they just don't know and they're clueless, lost when it comes to education matters, and maybe some of them have knowledge in some areas. Like I give you a little credit in what do you feel, agriculture, and my friend from Kayo North, and I give my friend brother from Kayo South Lee kudos in his field of architecture. So you might know where they do there, but when it comes down to education, last. Clueless. So let me share with you. There was a thing called school finance reform. What did school finance reform do? It offered support to schools that needed the support. It said to schools like Toledo Community College, like Corazon Technical High School, like Julian Cho, like Gwen Liz in my own constituency, like Maud Williams, like Sadie Vernon, like Excelsior High School. It said to these schools, like ACC and Wesley College, who are on the south side of Belize City and take children in, school finance reform said to those stakeholders in those schools, listen, we are going to give you the money. We're not give it wholesale like what the minister now paid 100% for the teachers. We will give you on condition that you support the students in a way that will see them succeed and will see them stay in school longer, which is what this amendment is aiming to do. That's what the UDP did. The UDP did that. Let me tell you more about school finance reform. School finance reform said, don't worry about that. School finance reform said that if your school takes in children who have academic issues, academic challenges, you know, we're not too sharp in maths and English and so on. If you take those children and accept them in your school, the government will give you money to help those children to put in place support programs. That is what the UDP's record is in terms of school finance reform. It also said that if you take children who come from poor socioeconomic backgrounds, their families are challenged, they can't afford it, If you take those children into your school, the government will give you a little more money for you to sustain them, for you to support them. That's the UDP record, Madam Speaker. That was what the Boost program, in addition, was all about. To allow people to pull themselves up, send the children to school, and in exchange, we'll give you a little income in your credit union account. Send the children to get their immunization, let them be healthy, and we will give you a little more in your bank account. That is the UDP record. That is what the UDP did to keep children in school. Not that kind of circus for this administration they run, Madam Speaker. They get some free computers from Taiwan. They completely lost the effect of, because of bad mind and politics again, they're very pedantic. We were giving out the electronic devices to the students. They complained about that. And by the way, no Chromebook can help with students if you don't have the proper platform, if you don't have the proper software to engage the students in learning on the flop again. If you're not going to, we had a program already set to go that would have seen us buy the rights for the maths book and the English book and the Spanish book, what the children have to be carrying on their backs and the parents have to be paying hundreds of dollars for. We were buying the rights. The thing was already set. That's what they do with it. What did you do with it? But no bad mind and spiteful and throw everything into the drain. The children by now, 3 years later, should have a good electronic device loaded with good engaging software. In fact, that was what DigiLearning was all about. DigiLearn was all about. Then Unogan, back when you get control of BTL, Unogana, big initiation again, ribbon cutting. Oh, we are giving internet to schools. Schools had internet long time. Stop it. But Uno come with something new and innovative. If you were serious about getting kids to stay in school, you would have gone through with those initiatives. That is the kind of thing that needs to happen, along with you passing this legislation, but your ministry is empty. Your plans for education are empty. What you are doing, I meet a principal, the week right, Doc, you know what the principal said to me? He said, on top of the fact that we are lost when it comes to where our children are after COVID, because they did no kind of assessment to see where the children were. If we're picking them out of school, Madam Speaker, over 1 year, then cut out the PSC. No PSC, no way of assessing them. They've done no diagnostic testing to see what level the children are at. Then you drop one new curriculum, only my friend from Danguya seems to understand, because the teacher there and tell you they did a very poor job of explaining what's going on, and in fairness to him, he did consult with even the opposition when they were putting it in place. But, we can only be consulted. We can't do anything else. No kind of proper support for our children. As a final point, Madam Speaker, and you want me to, you sound like you want a little more. The number one fail when you are doing something like this. If you have the money, as the Prime Minister said, this is only the law. We are coming with the budgetary support afterwards. Well, if that's true, then take it from me. I spent 13 years as the Minister of Education. Take it from me. I spent even longer in the education system as a teacher, as a BNTU official. I've served in management as well, in Anglican school management. So every level of the education system, I've been there, done that. I've been a student, still I'm a student. If you will find additional monies and your goal is to keep students in school, for God's sake, spend the money on the children so that they can start strong. The reason why you can't keep the 12-year-old and the 13-year-old and the 14-year-old as it is now in school is because when they start infant 1, they couldn't read. They never gone to primary, they never gone to kindergarten or preschool, Madam Speaker, because it's not mandatory in this country. So that if your parents want to send you, and then when you get in an infant 1 and you can't read, they promote you to infant 2. You still can't read. Then standard 1, you still can't read. But your body starts to develop, and the labor laws say by 14 you could work. So by the time you get to 12, 13, 14, you still don't know if you read. Why? All that's in your mind is, why am I going to go to high school where I will continue the punishment and my brain cause nobody to try to help me to read? And you're frustrated. And so you want an easy out. And in Belize City and in other parts, the gangs attract you because you need fast money. This is what is wrong with the system. So if you have them millions we are to talk about, which will come, because you have to find more classrooms, you have to find more teachers, you have to find the support for their families and for them, you have to find the support in terms of their learning, those learning devices and the curricula. You have to do all of these things. And if you have the millions to do that, I would advise you to scrap it and to put the money into investing in a strong start for our preschool. Let me propose to you that what is more important that we do is to make early childhood education in this country mandatory. Make it so that children who are 3 years of age have to go to school. Because that is what will keep them in school longer when they get there. If they could read, they will stay in school longer. If they have a control or a grasp of the academics at a very early stage, they will stay in school longer. So if you have money to invest, that is where you should invest the money. Madam Speaker, in the last House meeting, my friend, I'm winding down, man. You don't wind me up again. In the last House meeting, my friend, the Minister of Education, said to me that this is why he got appreciation for people with PhDs, you remember? And then he said that the more education you get, it seems that no help. In fact, he said he didn't have any respect for these people with higher education degrees. Now, I don't understand that, Doc. And I know you feel for me. You feel for everybody who got a doctoral degree, Doc, because they pedantic. But, Madam Speaker, yesterday or the day before, my good friend, the Minister of Education, had the gall to stand up in a room of all PhD people, I'd say 90% of them are PhD people, and talk about support for education in this country. But they misquoted me, Doc, to say that because we don't have the proper accreditation for our programs in this country at the tertiary level, that when our students go outside, it is not anything of value, and that is the truth. In Belize, we value it. You could get a job with a degree from UB or Galen or junior colleges here, but when you go abroad, they won't respect your degree. And you know why, Madam Speaker? Because it's not accredited. All of that we can deal with in the Education and Training Act. Those are the kind of changes that we would have wanted to see, but I am addressing that matter particularly because, Madam Speaker, I'm very disappointed in my friend, the member from Freetown. I'd hope that, I'd hope, and I want to be you, my friend from Dangriga, but somebody in the Ministry of Education is terribly small-minded. And then the minister showed up that the people in meeting yesterday, and by the way, Madam Speaker, I'd like very much to place on the record a welcome to the 30 or so institutions that, well, not all of them are from outside the country, who are here in Belize as we speak. This is what the minister addressed, the Quebec conference. Because when our students who go to SJC and to CJC and EJC and IJC and TCC, or whatever C's we have, when they go abroad and you see them get accepted to the universities in the United States, 9 out of 10 times, it is because of the relationship that those schools have with the with Belizean schools through that very same consortium, Quebec. And why I'm saying the ministry is small-minded, because, Doc, and I hope you look into it, and I hope the minister looks into it. Nobody asked me if he could have given me a call and asked me what happened. One of the founders of that consortium, who have been coming to Belize and helping Belizean students for over 30 years, I'd want to hazard a guess that at least 5 or 6, is Clemson a member of Quebec, Doc? You know? Your university, Clemson? It was at the time? You're not sure? But certainly the member from Freetown, the member from Pickstock, who was a Valdosta State graduate like me, and many of our teachers and principals. I'm sure that my friend from Belize Rural Central knows the word of it too. Your sister Lydia was a student at Valdosta State with me. All of those opportunities that Belizeans got abroad. The governor of the central bank is a graduate of Valdosta State University. The dean of Muffles Junior College, Adrian Live, is a graduate of Valdosta State University. And that's just one of the 30 institutions that exist, or more, that exist as a part of Quebec. And you know what the minister did, Madam Speaker, or the ministry? As I'd like to give him the benefit of the doubt. 2 successive years, before I tell you what he did, 2 successive years, we honored founding members of Quebec. Dr. Betty Flincham from the University of North Florida, very old lady now in her 90s. She come to Belize over 40 odd years and helped us with education. We honored her with the Order of Belize. And then in the subsequent year, we gave Dr. C. Tracy Harrington a Distinguished Meritorious Service Award. Valdosta is the school that I went. Don't have anything to do with the fact that Tracy Harrington, Dr. Tracy Harrington, and Dr. Betty Flincham, along with Dr. Keith Miser, who Quebec is honoring in Belize as we speak, and people like Sir Colville Young, Dr. Dorian Barrow, Dr. Eve Aird, and others. They were the ones who put together the local front and produced Quebec. Well, in honor of Tracy Harrington, one of the founders, this minister under the ministry put a contribution as an endowment in Tracy Harrington's name at Valdosta State University for $100,000. I don't know if you're aware, Doc. The $100,000, Madam Speaker, would have eventually turned over to give Belizeans who are studying there an opportunity to get their books and living expenses and so on. So it's a scholarship fund on the whole. You know what the minister and the ministry did when they became the government, Madam Speaker? They wrote to the university and tell them we want the money back. That's what they did. We give away $8 million in support to our students. If we invest with one of our universities in another giveaway, it was an initiative that is intended to help our own Belizean students. That's why I listed off those names just now. And what did he do? Pedantic, small-minded. They called the university, and I didn't know anything about that. When I gone try to get back in on my program, the president said, well, I don't know what happened. The man didn't even know how to bring it up. It made us look bad as a nation. But that's the kind of leadership that we're dealing with. They had a meeting yesterday, and the minister presented. And I would have wished, Madam Speaker, that he embraced Quebec. He tried to give lip service, but the actions of the Ministry of Education as it relates to Quebec is empty. That was a chance for him to speak, his officials in the ministry, to speak with these very learned administrators and professors from other schools, to see what contributions they can help us with to make our education system stronger, to keep our children in school longer. That's a chance. But he folded on that. But I don't want ever, Madam Speaker, for those individuals on that other side to question the efforts of the UDP in helping to keep children at school. I can go on, you know, Madam Speaker, but I will be kind. And I will say that while we absolutely support, in theory, our students staying in school up to 16, we cannot support it with this kind of lack of planning for the initiatives that would make it work. And I suspect, I could be wrong, I hope the minister corrects me if I'm wrong, that this is being done because he wants to chalk up one more success under his belt, or he's singing for his supper to the IFIs, who are saying to him, we can give you another loan for education, but you have to have these policies in place. Well, I would ask him to wheel and come again, go back to there and tell them, rather than having the request to have school children staying longer, let's make mandatory 2 years previous to infant 1, from 3. In fact, my friend from Belize Rural Central will tell you that there is what they call early childhood development, as opposed to early childhood education, which means that they start the education process from in the womb. The parents could be singing and reading and engaging the children even from then, right up to when well, education is for life. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the member for Dangriga.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Wow. Patience is a virtue. And if it were that our education system, that the quality of our education system were a function of the member from Colette's ability to make a fine speech, we would be the #1 country with school standards in the world. My gosh, boy, I'm telling you. Sorry, Madam Speaker. I want to thank everybody here who suffered through that just now. What an absolute case of misrepresentation, misinformation, and I'm very pleased to, hopefully for our public, to clarify and to put the record straight. And there's so much that the member from Colette put out on the table that I guess I could go on for hours, but I won't. The first thing was that a lot was hurled our way. And one of the things that was mentioned was that, well, was there any consultation done about moving the age from 14 to 16? That was earlier on, a few hours back in the, I could use that term. And I don't know if maybe the member has been abroad for too long or he has not been fully apprised, but we have, in this administration, led by my good friend, Senior Minister Fonseca, had the most intensive and extensive consultations in the history of all ministries of education ever in this country. We consulted face-to-face with 312 primary schools and 62 high schools. We went across the country, up and down. We went as a team. We did not go just as the Ministry of Education. We did not go with a high-handed approach to suggest that we knew everything and we had all the answers. We went from school to school, from district to district, along with our partners. Right beside me, I had the president of the BNTU. This is to answer your question about consultations, about the fact that, yes. No, well, let me explain to you. I didn't interrupt you, you notice, right? I didn't interrupt you, but you get one sense that where they condone the tunnel. But just take it like a man. Take it like a man.
Madam Speaker.
We had...
Madam Speaker, a point of order. The point of order, Madam...
No, you need to sit.
Madam Speaker, the member from Collett, of course, after ranting and raving for so long, repeating himself, is now interrupting the member who is delivering his presentation while he was speaking. He wasn't interrupted.
42B. Thank you. Member for Collett, please. Indeed, there was no interruption. Thank you. Members, please. We did it before. Member was on his feet. No one interrupted. I ask that we extend the same courtesies as is provided by the SO.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you very much. So in those extensive consultations, we had a group approach, a partnership approach. The Ministry of Education, BNTU, we had representation from the managements, we had representation from other international partners and local partners with us. We sat down with our teachers and our principals, we sat down with parents, we listened, and a number of things arose. You yourself mentioned that we even consulted with you and your team. Yes, well, I am going to give you some little bit of kudos for the little bit that you said. And in those discussions, a number of things came back to us, the priority areas of concern from our education sector. Among them were things like, for example, that our curriculum was overloaded and we had to address that. That what we had been doing for many years was not working, and so we moved towards competency-based education. That we wanted higher access, both at primary and secondary. As you know, the numbers at primary are closer to 95, 98% enrollment. But at secondary, we've had low enrollment in the range of 50 to 55% consistently. And one of the reasons for that low enrollment, besides the economic factors that are there, is the fact that we don't require our children to stay in school. And at the age of 14, they can then, after that, leave and go into the fields, etc. And so parents and teachers suggested to us that this was an important way for us to ensure that our children are in school. And that is not rocket science. It is not rocket science. I am surprised that a former minister would find that to be something confusing. It's very, very simple. We want enrollment to go up. We want our children to have an opportunity to be in the classroom. And so this is a way for us to enshrine it in our laws. Now, that's one aspect of it, and we're talking there about access, about increasing enrollment, about giving people an opportunity to be in the classroom. And I know that our senior minister has a lot to say about these different things, so I don't want to get into too much. Well, good. Well, with that green light, then, hold on to your chair over there. Food, the food program for children. It looks like, again, the member from Collett is not keeping up with what's going on. This free the free education in high school program that is unfolding across the country is not a little $300 per student. We're talking about wrap-around services for each individual student in the classroom. And what that entails, it entails that they cover their full tuition, it entails that they get uniform, it entails that they get a meal a day as well. Unprecedented, has never occurred before. And accessories that they need for them to be in the classroom. So increasing dramatically, the data is there, increasing dramatically the enrollment of students in these institutions, and it's being rolled out each year until we will cover the full number of schools across the country. And so we have already out of 62 schools. And it's going to be continuing to roll out. And all the children in each of those high schools are getting the full, not just first or second farmers, across the board, from first to fourth, are all getting the benefits. And I can tell you that in my constituency, in the Dangriga constituency, we are benefiting there, of course, with Delil. Over 375 families now do not have to go and search for those resources to have their kids in school and to remain in school. This is an incredible benefit to our society. And this is what we need so that our children can go to school, get a meal, and so that teachers then can have an opportunity using now competency-based education, curriculum that is not overloaded anymore, to be able to create the environment so that those children can enjoy their education, can enjoy their day-to-day experiences within the classroom. But here's the record, and the record is very clear. Go and check it out. For 2017, 2018, 2018, 2019, enrollment under your watch was actually going down for the first time in history when the population of our country was going up. That is the testament to your leadership, sir. That is the evidence there. We should never have a setting in which enrollment in our education system is going down. So talking all of that stuff that you're talking there is tangential to the truth, to the reality. And then let us talk about quality for a minute, because we want all of our children to be in school, but we also want them to receive quality education. So our administration has not focused just on trying to bring access to our young people, but also quality. I want to recommend to you to go and take a read of the Human Development Report for Latin America and the Caribbean 2010. What did that report say? The report talked about inequality in our region, in Latin America and the Caribbean, being the widest in the world. And that one of the reasons for that is poor quality education. So until we impact quality, we continue to have an intergenerational problem. Right? And that you had 13 years under your command to have an impact on quality, when on the contrary what we saw was stagnant and falling performance in CXC and PSC. The IDB wrote a report that said, the IDB wrote a report in 2014 that said that a child finishing primary school, the quality of their education was no different than if they did not even go to primary school. That is your legacy under your WhatsApp. Right? These are the facts. These are the facts. Right? Now we're talking about Mr. John Berger at Dangriga. Imagine the things that you will bring up, John Berger in Dangriga. Please, man, you don't even know the history of what's going on the ground there. Right? You go and find out about the quality of the food that was being provided. Well, that's precisely the point, that you did not even get any complaint to be able to make corrections to the problem, but we have corrected the problem, and now the children are getting quality food in those high schools. That is the reality that we're talking about right now. So let us talk about education reform that we're undertaking. For the first time, we have a comprehensive plan, the Belize Education Sector Plan. And I heard that you did say that, yeah, you started it in your turn. We had to sit down on it, and we aligned it to Plan Belize. And that is why now we have our best plan that is serving our young people in this country. That is why, because we took time when we were preparing Plan Belize to get the information from the stakeholders across this country who guided us with respect to what really needed to take place for us to be able to improve our education system and rescue it from what you had left for us over 13 years. So all the things that you talked about, the member from Colette, is clearly farthest from the truth, and the facts will bear out. We have many initiatives that are undergoing in the ministry. We have a visionary leader and we have a visionary team, and we have benefited, by the way, from the inputs of our colleagues on this side. I heard you say earlier that our colleagues on this side don't know anything about education. But on the contrary, we have been able to listen to their inputs, and we are preparing an economy for the fourth industrial revolution. Do you know what that is? And for us to do that, it means that our curriculum that we are preparing today is for our children, the life that they are already experiencing now, and what they will be living in the next 10, 20 years from now. So that means that we have to make the transformation, and that includes not just the subject areas and the subject matters that have to do with what competency is all about, but it also means that we are also reviewing the teacher training curricula so that our teachers can get retrained, so that our teachers, when they go to the tertiary institutions, those curricula will now be gearing them up for competency-based education. And there's also an investment that we have made in the ministry with our Teacher Learning Institute, where now our teachers can log on and get training for the in-service teachers who are out there who need the training for competency-based education. Now, let me go into greater depth to explain to you what competency-based education is. Because I want to use this opportunity now so that all that misinformation out there can be washed out of our education, of the airwaves, once and for all. Competency-based education, sir, is a move that, had you recognized the deficiencies of what we had, you would have already made the shift back in your days. Because we have been focusing on one part of three parts that comprise competency. Competency comprises three parts. Knowledge acquisition, it has to do then with the application of that knowledge into skills, and then the values that need to go and get instilled in our students during the process. We have been teaching to the tests. We've been teaching to PSC, teaching to CXCs, and what has that meant? That we are putting out students, have been putting out students out there who are good test takers, but when they get into the real world, they're not able to function. Because all we have been focusing on is that component called knowledge. And knowledge is important, but it has to be converted to skills so that the students then are able to make the connection between the knowledge and the skills that it's going to take for them in the real world. And that is not enough yet. They have to have the set of values that will go with those skills and that set of knowledge, so that when they are out there, they are practicing good collaboration, good teamwork with their fellow citizens, that they see that it's important for them to contribute, to do things the right way, and basic things like being humble, like telling the truth, those basic things that they did not get an example to see when you were under your 13 years of administration. And so, this now competency-based education that we're focusing on is to now look at the overall three areas that our students need in their training. Right? And that is what our teachers now are applauding, because they have seen, our data has shown already, that students going to school now, because they're able, especially male students, that now that they are going to be using different methodologies, right? We have project-based learning, problem-based learning, inquiry-based learning. That means that you have to be able to use your hands with things like robotics, etc. And young males love that. They like to use their hands to do things. And that increases their interest, increases their attendance at school. So these are the benefits that we're getting from this transformation. And I will say that we are humbled that countries in the region have invited us to go and share what we've been doing in Central America, in the Caribbean, in fact, in the whole of Latin America. And we are grateful to our partners, UNICEF, IDB, the MCC, who have worked with us to bring this to where it is. Our partners in the BNTU who have helped us to get where we are today. So that is really what is going on with our Ministry of Education, sir. That is the reality. I hope you have been brought up to speed so that now you know and you can go proudly and speak the truth to people because now you have been informed. Madam Speaker, I will pause there now, and if necessary, I can come back later. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the member for Toledo West.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise to give my contribution on the bill that is before us. Well, Madam Speaker, I think it is important, before I even make my contributions, address some of the concerns that were raised and the mistruths by the member of Collett. The member of Collett beat his chest and bragged about that wonderful job that they did as a government to address education. Well, one of my constituents texted me. He said to ask you, if you and your government did such a great job, why are you sitting on that side? Why are you sitting on that side, sir? That's the first question they asked. The second thing, I hope that the teachers were listening very carefully, because the member from Collett is saying that he does not support the salary increase for teachers as proposed by this government. You said that earlier. You said you don't support just an increase like that, and yet you say that you support the teachers?
Madam Speaker, I said no no such thing.
What's the point of order?
The point of order, Madam Speaker, is that the member is misquoting me and attributing false information to me. I said no such thing.
Go back and play the records. And the other thing, you keep saying that the students come out of school in Fund 1, they don't know anything, all the way up to Standard 6. So what are the teachers doing in school? Our teachers work hard, man. They dedicate their life and their resources to educating our children, and we must applaud and support and thank our teachers for the wonderful work that they do. You said that? That is what you said? But, Madam Speaker, I also want to go further. I want to start off by acknowledging and thanking the Minister of Education and, of course, the Deputy Minister of Education for this wonderful initiative to ensure that our children, continue to stay in school and that they are afforded an opportunity to a good education. There is no doubt, Madam Speaker, that the longer our children stay in school and they are provided the necessary resources and the necessary guidance and support, that they are going to be able to do better and become better citizens. That is what we need in this country, Madam Speaker. The Deputy Minister of Education spoke at length about the importance of competency-based education and the importance of teaching our children values and skills. Today, we live in a society where we see so many challenges. Our children are faced with so many challenges, and we have to ensure that we turn that around. And the only way to turn that around, Madam Speaker, is to ensure that our children remain in school. And I just want to remind the member from Collett The member from Dangriga spoke at length about the importance of values. And it's important that we transmit that to our children. We have to transmit those values. Anger management. Anger management is a very important skill that we have to teach our children, because we know and we see the many challenges associated with persons in our society who cannot manage their anger and how they react to the detriment of others and society. That is important. Madam Speaker, but I want to go to the record of this government on education. You know, we listened to the member from Collett speak a lot on truths and beat his chest about what they did. But the records are there. The government that has invested significantly in education, in terms of education reform, is the People's United Party, Madam Speaker. Look at IT vet education. The records are there. Over $40 million were invested across this country to ensure that we built facilities so that our students could train. Not only the facilities, but all the programs were put in place. I can go on, Madam Speaker. School bus system, particularly in the Toledo district, and of course it was expanded across the country. Many students who could not go to school, they could not stay in town. What did the government do? The government put in place a school bus program that supported the students to be able to travel to and from school. I want to thank the Minister of Education, and I'll give you a perfect example right now. Right now in San Pedro, Colombia, the students who are walking from Cacao and from near San Miguel to San Pedro, Colombia, they are now getting to school safely on a school bus. That's what this government has been doing. That is the kind of program that we are supporting. Madam Speaker.
Member for Collett, I'm asking you to be silent. I'm asking you to be silent. The courtesy was extended to you.
Madam Speaker, the member from Mesopotamia, as well as the member from Collett, said, well, apparently they are not certain if they want to support or don't want to support, because they said they go half-hearted. And they spoke about, well, we support, but we don't know if the resources are going to be there. This government under Plan Belize, Madam Speaker, promised free education. And Madam Speaker, I want to congratulate the Minister of Education, the Honorable Member from Freetown, and this government, because we have delivered since last year, Madam Speaker, the students at Toledo Community College, the students at Corazon Technical High School have been receiving their free tuition. And the students at Julian Cho Technical High School are going to be getting their free tuition, all of them, first farm to fourth farm, come September of this year. So what are you talking about? What are you talking about? Huh? They're accompanying the free tuition is also a program to support the students with a feeding program. Students who need the support will even be getting uniform, Madam Speaker, to support them. That is what this government is doing. So it's not about only increasing the mandatory age, but we are also putting the necessary support, the necessary infrastructure, and financial resources to assist those students and families with this, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, what the member failed to say, and I heard him brag, and I hope I am allowed to respond to him. He was bragging about what all they did. What the member from Collett failed to tell this honorable House and the nation is that whilst he was Minister of Education, under his watch, you had all the mismanagement of funds at Julian Cho Technical High School that today is costing the students so badly, Madam Speaker. His former candidate, up to this day, cannot give account of over $2.1 million. The school is a white elephant about to collapse. The administration right now, along with the board, are seeing what can be done to see whether that can be salvaged or they may have to demolish the entire building. That is their legacy. So that is what he should bring to this nation, Madam Speaker. So, Madam Speaker, I also want to go further. Under this administration, we have seen where we have internet for schools being expanded across this nation. Everywhere you go, students are now having access to the internet, and it is supporting them in their education. Of course, the member from college seems to be very jealous because under their watch they provided so-called tablets that were short-lived. For a few months they worked, and after that they got out of commission, broke up after they spent millions of dollars right before the general election. That is 7 million, exactly 7 million on tablets. Madam Speaker, this government under the leadership of the Honorable Minister of Education has not done that. We have lobbied, and thanks to our friends, the partnership that we have with friendly countries such as Taiwan, over 5,000 Chromebooks have been distributed to students across this country. And that is the record. That is the record, Madam Speaker. So, Madam Speaker, for them to say that we are not focused, under this government, a rural education fund for the first time has been put in place. The minister, we started over $1 million allotted for rural education support. Many of those students who would not otherwise be able to go to the university, to UB, to St. John's, or any other junior college, are now enrolled and getting support for their education. That is what this government does. We now spend the money on tablets that did not work. We are not spending the money on pibil and tacos. We are putting the money where it belongs and where it can have an effect to ensure that we develop our students and our country, Madam Speaker. So, Mr. Leader of the Opposition, it is important that you know the facts, sir. You know the facts. And we heard the real doctor from Dangriga, explain, not a real doctor, explain the importance of competency-based education and what are the policies and programs that this government has put in place. So, Madam Speaker, without any further delay, I want to say that Toledo West wholeheartedly supports this initiative. We need to ensure that our students remain in school, that they remain focused, that we provide support to them, and together we continue to educate our children so that we can create a better future for us and for all Belizeans. With God's help, we will achieve it. I thank you.
I recognize the member for Freetown, Minister of Education.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker. My colleagues have done a tremendous job of responding to all of the quite nauseating rhetoric coming from the member for Collett. But I want to, of course, Madam Speaker, place on record my thanks. I think after all the chatter, everybody supported the amendment. That is the end result. So I want to thank all the members of the National Assembly for their support for this amendment. I believe it is an important amendment, as my colleagues have said. You know, this increase in the compulsory age will have so many positive benefits, Madam Speaker. In addition to the positive academic advantages which flow from this amendment and this increase in the compulsory school age, you know, there's been a lot of analysis of the social and emotional advantages and benefits of keeping our children in school for a longer period of time. Those critical years, 14 to 16, where they are really maturing and changing and evolving, those are critical areas where we have an opportunity in the education system to really guide and shape their their future development, their growth and development. So it's very, very important. In addition to that, Belize is a member of the global community. We have signed on to a number of very progressive, important international conventions on the rights of children and many others that we want to keep. And this is in keeping with that whole global philosophy of ensuring that we are providing increased opportunities for students to stay in school for longer periods of time. I want to make the point that, as my distinguished friend, the Honorable Minister of State, member for Dangriga, has pointed out, and he led these consultations, Minister, member for Dangriga, when we listen to the member for Dangriga, we listen to the member for Collet, as my friend, the member for Toledo West, pointed out. We hear the clear difference between somebody who is an actual PhD, an actual doctor, and somebody who they pose and pretend and still they fight. I know he'll get there one day. I'm confident he'll get there one day, because if nothing else, he's a very persistent fellow. So he'll get there one day. But we see the clear difference between somebody who is there already. And then when we listen to my friend, the distinguished member for Toledo West, member, the man fire you, but when you listen to him, you listen to you, that you should have fire him. As the member for Dangriga quite comprehensively and clearly pointed out, so they have made my job a lot easier in rounding off the debate. There's been widespread consultations. We've consulted for almost 18 months. So there's absolute buy-in from all the education stakeholders on this issue. That is critically important. That's a foundational element of our work and philosophy at the Ministry of Education under our government: consultation, respect, dialogue. And that's one of the things we heard as soon as we came into office, that was missing under the previous administration: consultation, respect, dialogue. So that has been a hallmark of our approach to education. I would invite the members on the other side. I know they don't like read too much, but I encourage them to, both members who are here today, the honorable leader of the opposition and the member for Collet, to get a hold of the Belize education sector plan. I mean, we share it with everybody. 21-25. It's a comprehensive approach to education. It sets out very clearly the vision, the mission, our agenda in terms of improving quality, improving access, improving the relevance of education in our country, making sure that education is tied to national development goals. I say this all the time. Education can't be in an ivory tower. It can't be in isolation. It has to be linked to the national development needs of our country. And that's what our plan and our vision is all about. As the members have said on our side, it's difficult to listen to some of the hypocrisy and I think the members have really exposed the hypocrisy and the utter failure, certainly of the member for Collet, in terms of education. As the member for Dangriga pointed out, when we took office, man, all of the measurements, all of the parameters, all of every data, every piece of data that you looked at was headed in the wrong direction. Imagine after 12 years in office, enrollment was down. Absolutely had not happened before in history. 12 years and enrollment was done. Even on the south side of Belize City, the enrollment in some of these high schools, Gwen Liz, Gwen Liz, the enrollment had fallen 2017, 2018, 2019. Absolute shame and embarrassment. You look at the statistics for the performance measurements and the performance targets, all of those were headed in the wrong direction. So, you know, to come here and pontificate and beat your chest when you presided over an era where we saw falling enrollment and falling performance in education, man, please, you have to do better than that. So, I'll close off with this, Madam Speaker, to say that, you know, for us at the Ministry of Education, you know, we don't listen to these failed UDP politicians. Who we listen to are our students, our teachers, our families, our partners in education, as my friend, the member for Dangriga pointed out. We work very closely with our partners, UNICEF, IDB, the World Bank, all of these institutions, CDB, of course the managements or church-state partners in education. We listen to them, and I can say to you, we feel very reassured, we feel very confident about the work that we are doing, because every single opportunity that we get to engage with these partners, they say to us, listen, keep up the good work, we are on the right track, we are absolutely committed to continue to work with you and partner with you. They appreciate the manner in which we deal with them respectfully, a collaborative approach to education, consultative approach to education. So that's where we look for to determine whether we are on the right track or not. I can tell you, Madam Speaker, you know, I did a lot of wrongs during the graduation season. You know, over 20 different schools I spoke to at graduation. Everywhere I went, you know, what meant the most to me was the parents coming up after the graduation saying, we thank the government. And I always said to them, listen, it's the people of Belize. The public funds we're using, people of Belize, but our government is channeling it in the right direction. And they say, we thank the government of Belize for supporting our students, for supporting our children. So that's, you know, that's the best recognition for us. Education is challenging work. You have to be at it every day, working, but it is deeply rewarding when we have an opportunity to engage with these communities and children and their families. You know, so, and again, with our partners as well, let me make that final point. You know, as Prime Minister pointed out in his comments, we're working with the Millennium Challenge Corporation, again, a body that recognized the good work, the good governance work of this administration, and said to us, listen, we want to help. We want to help. What are areas that we can work with you on? And government worked, we are working with them in the areas of education and energy. And they have worked with us. We're going to see a significant investment in education over the next few years through the MCC program. Again, these people are saying to us, you are on the right track. You have a brilliant plan for education, a brilliant vision, a bold vision for education. And they're excited about partnering with this People's United Party government. So, Madam Speaker, at the end of the day, we're grateful for all the support we've received. It's an extremely important amendment, and I thank all of my colleagues for the support that they have given to it. Thank you very much.
Honourable members, the question is that the bill for an act to amend the Education and Training Act, Chapter 3601 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, to increase the age of compulsory education for a child and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto be read a second time. All those in favor kindly say aye. Aye. Those against kindly say no. I think the ayes have it.
The bill for an act to amend the Education and Training Act, Chapter 3601 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, to increase the age of compulsory education for a child and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto.
I recognize the Honorable Minister of Human Development, Families and Indigenous Peoples Affairs.
Madam Speaker, I rise to move the second reading of a bill for an act to incorporate the National Women's Commission as a statutory body. It is a bill to advance Belize's commitment to gender equality and equity, to promote awareness of our national gender policy, to recommend measures and facilitate redressal of any grievances, and also advise the Minister on all legislative and policy matters affecting women, and to advocate for the fulfillment of the Convention on the Elimination of All Forms of Discrimination against Women, as well as other pertinent conventions, and to provide for matters therewith, connected therewith or incidental thereto. Before I say a few words on the bill, Madam Speaker, I would like to acknowledge, and they've been here from morning, I would like to acknowledge our members and staff of the National Women's Commission. Thank you for your patience, and thank you for coming, for the support. Yes. Yes. Madam Speaker, this is really housekeeping, but it is an important bit of housekeeping, Madam Speaker, because as I continue to say, even though much progress has been made, I continue to say that there is still a long way to go for the respect of women's rights and for really promoting and achieving gender equity and equality. Madam Speaker, it is good that we should have the incorporation of the Women's Commission as a statutory body. The main point that I like to make is that the statutory body would have a level of independence and also be able to raise funds from sources other than government and like-minded entities that will help us to achieve the work that we must do. I'm looking at the bill now, Madam Speaker, and the commission consists of 13 members, and of course an executive director would be ex officio. We would look at persons whom the minister believes are competent to serve, but also who are persons who demonstrate ability, integrity, and standing, and who have experience in various areas, in particular the employment potential of women, women's voluntary organizations, including women's activists, and of course, as I say, because it is a body corporate, we will be able to do so much more working in the Ministry of Human Development with our Women's Commission. There are many functions. It actually goes from A all the way down to U. Plenty functions. So I'm looking at the staff this afternoon, promoting the Convention on the Elimination of All Forms of Discrimination against Women, reviewing existing laws, working with the public against discrimination, working with relevant stakeholders, removing factors that impede women's advancement, making recommendations to everyone who is concerned for the protection of the rights of women, looking at matters concerning women and development, protecting women who are victimized or deprived of human rights, making sure that we work towards projects that can have income generation, the acquisition of skills for women, education and counseling, health, existing legislation that will need amendment, the emerging needs of women, women's involvement in national processes, special studies that can be done to advise the ministry and other ministries, representation of women in all spheres, socio-economic development of women and increasing productivity, evaluating the progress of the development of women and in women institutions, reporting to the minister on various acts, the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. And by the way, women's rights are human rights. That is one of our mantras. And of course, again, working to see the implementation of the Convention on the Elimination of all forms of discrimination against women. And finally, serving as a national advocate on issues related to upgrading the situation of women on a whole. A quorum of meetings would be 7 members. A member may be appointed for a period not exceeding 3 years, and other matters in relation to the issues that we will be working on. Madam Speaker, I'm very happy at the work that the Commission is doing, has done, and will continue to do. And I want to say that one of the areas we are working on right now and hoping to bring the bill to the House of Representatives shortly is an updated anti-sexual harassment legislation, which really will replace the one that is almost 30 years old now, and one that would have more teeth in relation to the responsibilities of all our citizens to prevent and to reduce sexual discrimination of any form. And that bill, we are hoping, will be able to hold employers accountable when they are aware of sexual discrimination in the workplace. So I want to thank staff for doing consultations. We consult in whatever we do. And Madam Speaker, with that, I could go on, but I think the point has been made in terms of the functions of the Commission. I could go on, but I do move the second reading of this bill and ask for the full support of both members on the other side, of all of us on this side. It is a step very much in the right direction, and we need, again, Madam Speaker, to work for the attainment of gender equality and the advancement of women and girls in our country.
I recognize the member from Mesopotamia, Leader of Opposition. 1 second. So can you take the mic? Yes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, we do support this bill. I would just like to offer some suggestions that my sister and friend, the honorable member from Albert, who could not be here today due to a death of a close family friend, asked to share. There was 1 or 2 suggestions, and the first is the fact that the minister appoints all of the members of the commission. The appeal to the government is that you should have a women's commission of multiple stakeholders, as the member from Caribbean Shores always prides himself in doing with his Ministry of Home Affairs. They have a multi-sectorial approach. The suggestion is that the opposition, the unions, the church, all the different stakeholders appoint a member on the commission. The second thing, Madam Speaker, is that expert in gender development and women's rights be on the commission. Those were the suggestions that the member from Alberts asked me to share, and I hope that the
in these various areas, but not only the potential of women for employment and women's organizations, but women's activists, and we would certainly look for persons of integrity, but also expertise. So the point is well taken, and I do thank, although she's not here, I do thank the member for Albert and yourself, and you on the other side, and certainly on this side, we are unanimous. So I think that perhaps we could boast after today that the bill has been passed with unanimous support. I'm very grateful for that, Madam Speaker. I don't believe I need to say more, and I therefore move the second reading.
Honourable members, the question is that the bill for an act to provide for the establishment of the National Women's Commission to advance Belize's commitments to gender equality and equity, to promote awareness of the national gender policy, to recommend remedial measures, facilitate redressal of grievances, and advise the Minister on all legislative and policy matters affecting women, to advocate for fulfillment of the Convention on the Elimination of All Forms of Discrimination Against Women, as well as other pertinent conventions, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto be read a second time. All those in favor kindly say aye. Aye. Those against kindly say no. I think the ayes have it.
The bill for an act to provide for the establishment of the National Women's Commission to advance Belize's commitment to gender equality and equity, to promote awareness of the national gender policy, to recommend remedial measures, facilitate redressal of grievances, and advise the Minister on all legislative and policy matters affecting women, to advocate for the fulfillment of the Convention on Elimination of All Forms of Discrimination Against Women, as well as other pertinent conventions, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto.
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Human Development, Families and Indigenous Peoples Affairs.
Thank you again, Madam Speaker. And this is the Families and Children Amendment Bill. Very brief, but very important, Madam Speaker. This is a bill for an act to clarify the obligation of a spouse to maintain a non-biological child of the marriage, and to change the name of committee from National Committee for Families and Children to National Commission for Families and Children, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto. In moving the second reading of this, Madam Speaker, and really it's very straightforward, I would like to say that because of a ruling of the court sometime last year that it was discriminatory against men for them to be obligated to maintain non-biological children once they're in a marriage or union, that was ruled to be unconstitutional. So it was read down, and this is really to fix it, Madam Speaker, because the discrimination against men, it doesn't usually happen, but when it happens, I think we have to correct it. And so the word spouse then is wife or husband, but also in a common law union, we all know that persons who are not legally married to each other, but they cohabit together continuously as husband and wife for a period of at least 5 years are considered spouses. And basically, Madam Speaker, the act really is a matter of leveling the playing field, but the main point I would like to make is that it is leveling the playing field for the benefit of children. Of course, on the breakup of a common law union, the spouse, who is the non-biological, would not maintain that responsibility. That responsibility would not continue on the breakup of the common law union, or a judicial or legal separation if they are legally wed, or of course on a divorce. So, Madam Speaker, there is not a whole lot more to say, but this government is committed, just as we said a while ago, to gender equality. It cuts both ways, and we must make sure that we're doing the right thing. So again, on the termination of cohabitation as wife or husband, the obligation would cease, or in the case of judicial separation or divorce, it would cease. And also, Madam Speaker, it provides for spouses to have responsibility once there is living together for your child's child. So there might be even responsibility to maintain a grandchild where the father or mother of the child is either ill, cannot be located, or they are unable to maintain themselves. So this takes into account, Madam Speaker, persons with disability, persons with special needs, and persons who would need additional help themselves. But I do want to make the final point. Just as we have made the point on gender equality, I do wish to reiterate, Madam Speaker, Belize's commitment to the Convention on the Rights of the Child. We were among the first 5 countries, I believe, in the entire world who signed and ratified the Convention on the Rights of the Child, which really is the most widely accepted convention of the United Nations ever. We can all agree that we must protect our children, and this today is a way of enhancing that, and by placing responsibility where it should be, but making sure that we do it in a way that is fair and even, and making sure that we get it right in terms of going forward. One last thing, Madam Speaker. In changing the name from committee to commission, a commission has a mandate, or you can give a commission, so it's a verb and a noun. But what I would like to stress is that when we say National Commission for Families and Children, it is an ongoing responsibility. It is a mandate that must be fulfilled, and we will continue to work along those guidelines and making sure that our commissions work, both the National Women's Commission and the National Commission for Families and Children. Maybe the next step, Madam Speaker, may need to be incorporating the National Council on Aging to be a statutory body. But that's a work in progress. And just to mention once again that I ask for unanimous support for this. I think it's very good, and I ask our members to support. Thank you. So I move the second reading, Madam Speaker. This one looks like it was an easy one. Thank you.
Honourable members, the question is that the bill for an act to amend the Families and Children Act, Chapter 173 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, to clarify the obligation of a spouse to maintain a non-biological child of a marriage, to change the name of the committee from the National Committee for Families and Children to the National Commission for Families and Children, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto, be read a second time. All those in favor, kindly say aye. All those against, kindly say no. I think the ayes have it.
The bill for an act to amend the Families and Children Act, Chapter 173 of the Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, to clarify the obligation of a spouse to maintain a non-biological child of a marriage, to change the name of the committee from the National Committee for Families and Children to the National Commission for Families and Children, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto.
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Home Affairs and New Growth Industries.
Madam Speaker, this is the Private Security and Investigation Services Control Amendment Bill 2024. Madam Speaker, I move the second reading of a bill for an act to amend the Private Security and Investigation Services Control Act, Chapter 138(1) of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, to empower the Firearms and Ammunition Control Board to issue firearm licenses to security companies and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto.
I recognize the member for Colette.
Because I promised my colleagues in the committee meeting, this is a bill that we definitely can support, but I wanted to make the point that the manner in which this bill was introduced is exactly what we ought to be doing all the time. The opposition had a chance to look at the bill, I think on Tuesday in our parliamentary caucus, because the minister had the courtesy to contact the leader of the opposition and share a copy of the bill, knowing fully well that he would come here today and ask for all 3 readings of the bill in this one sitting. And that is the way these things ought to be done. I suppose you might look at it and say there is nothing clandestine or anything that could be derailed, so to speak, being proposed in this bill. But I remind the government that there can never be anything that the government is proposing to do that ought to be kept from the Belizean people in general, but, Madam Speaker, especially the members of this Honorable House. So I just wanted to use the opportunity to make the appeal for the next occasion when bills are going to be passed, all 3 readings in one sitting, that the same kind of courtesy be extended to the opposition and by extension to the wider people of Belize. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Recognize the Honorable Minister of Home Affairs.
Madam Speaker, I want to thank the opposition as well as the colleagues on this side of the House for their support of this amendment to the legislation. I move the second reading of this bill.
Honorable members, the question is that the bill for an act to amend the Private Security and Investigation Services Control Act, Chapter 138(1) of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, to empower the Firearms and Ammunition Control Board to issue firearm licenses to security companies and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto, be read a second time. All those in favor kindly say aye. Aye. Those against kindly say no. I think the ayes have it.
The bill for an act to amend the Private Security and Investigation Services Control Act, Chapter 138(01) of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, to empower the Firearms and Ammunition Control Board to issue firearms license to security companies and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto.
I recognize the Honorable Minister of Public Utilities, Energy, Logistics and E-Government.
Good afternoon, Madam Speaker, and good afternoon to the good people of Kai on Earth. Madam Speaker, this is the Harbors and Merchant Shipping Amendment Bill 2023. Madam Speaker, I move the second reading of a bill
for an act to amend the Harbors and Merchant Shipping Act, Chapter 234 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, to provide for the regulation of marinas, to provide for the requirement to show financial capabilities of foreign vessels, to sustain lawsuits and other liabilities, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto.
Recognize the Minister.
I move the second reading of this bill.
Honorable members, the question is that the bill for an act to amend the Harbors and Merchant Shipping Act, Chapter 234 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, to provide for the regulation of marinas, to provide for the requirement to show financial capabilities of foreign vessels, to sustain lawsuits and other liabilities, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto, be read a second time. All those in favor kindly say aye. Aye. Those against kindly say no. I think the ayes have it.
The bill for an act to amend the Harbors and Merchant Shipping Act, Chapter 234 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, to provide for the regulation of marinas, to provide for the requirements to show financial capabilities for foreign vessel, to sustain lawsuit and other liabilities, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto. Committee of the Whole House on Bills.
Honorable members, the House will now resolve into a committee of the whole House to consider the bills that were read a second time. I would like to ask those in the galleries to leave during this portion of the sitting.
Bills for third reading.
I recognize the Honorable Minister of Foreign Affairs, Foreign Trade, Education, Culture, Science and Technology.
Madam Speaker, I rise to report that the Committee of the Whole House has considered the Education and Training Amendment Bill 2023 and passed it without amendment. I now move the third reading of that bill.
Honorable members, the question is that the bill for an act to amend the Education and Training Act, Chapter 36(1) of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, to increase the age of compulsory education for a child and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto, be read a third time. All those in favor kindly say aye. Aye. Those against kindly say no. I think the ayes have it.
Bill for an act to amend the Education and Training Act, Chapter 36(01) of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, to increase the age of compulsory education for a child and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto.
I recognize the Honorable Minister of Human Development, Families and Indigenous Peoples Affairs.
Madam Speaker, I rise to report that the Committee of the Whole House has considered the National Women's Commission Bill 2023 and passed it without amendment. I now move the third reading of that bill.
Honourable members, the question is that the bill for an act to provide for the establishment of the National Women's Commission to advance Belize's commitments to gender equality and equity, to promote awareness of the national gender policy, to recommend remedial measures, facilitate redressal of grievances, and advise the Minister on all legislative and policy matters affecting women, to advocate for fulfillment of the Convention on the Elimination of All Forms of Discrimination Against Women, as well as other pertinent conventions, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto, be read a third time. All those in favor kindly say aye. Aye. Those against kindly say no. I think the ayes have it.
Bill for an act to provide for the establishment of the National Women's Commission to advance the Belize's commitment to gender equality, equity and equality, to promote awareness of the national gender policy, to recommend remedial measures, facilitate redressal of grievance, and advise the Minister on all legislative and policy matters affecting women, to advocate for fulfillment of the Convention on the fulfillment of the Convention on the Elimination of All Forms of Discrimination Against Women, as well as the pertinent conventions, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto.
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Human Development, Families and Indigenous Peoples Affairs.
Madam Speaker, I rise to report that the Committee of the Whole House has considered the Families and Children Amendment Bill 2023 and passed it without amendment. I now move the third reading of that bill.
Honourable members, the question is that the bill for an act to amend the Families and Children Act, Chapter 173 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, to clarify the obligation of a spouse to maintain a non-biological child of a marriage, to change the name of the committee from the National Committee for Families and Children to the National Commission for Families and Children, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto, be read a third time. All those in favor kindly say aye. Aye. Those against kindly say no. I think the ayes have it.
Bill for an act to amend the Families and Children Act, Chapter 173 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, to clarify the obligation of a spouse to maintain a non-biological child of a marriage, to change the name of the committee from the National Committee for Families and Children to the National Commission for Families and Children, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto.
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Home Affairs and New Growth Industries.
Madam Speaker, I rise to report that the Committee of the Whole House has considered the Private Security and Investigation Services Control Amendment Bill 2024 and passed it without amendment. I now move the third reading of that bill.
Honourable members, the question is that the bill for an act to amend the Private Security and Investigation Services Control Act, Chapter 138(1) of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, to empower the Firearms and Ammunition Control Board to issue firearm licenses to security companies and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto, be read a third time. All those in favor, kindly say aye. Those against, kindly say no. I think the ayes have it.
Bill for an act to amend the Private Security and Investigation Services Control Act, Chapter 138(01) of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, to empower the Firearms and Ammunition Control Board to issue firearm licenses to security companies and to provide for matters connected therewith and incidental thereto.
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Public Utilities, Energy, Logistics and E-Governance. Honourable members, the question is that the bill for an act to amend the Harbours and Merchant Shipping Act, Chapter 234 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, to provide for the regulation of marinas, to provide for the requirement to show financial capabilities of foreign vessels to sustain lawsuits and other liabilities, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto, be read a third time. All those in favor, kindly say aye. Aye. Those against, kindly say no. I think the ayes have it.
Bill for an act to amend the Harbours and Merchant Shipping Act, Chapter 234 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, to provide for the regulation of marinas, to provide for the requirement to show financial capabilities of foreign vessels to sustain lawsuit and other liabilities, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto.
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Education.
Madam Speaker, I move that the House do now adjourn.
I recognize the member from Mesopotamia, Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Good afternoon again, Madam Speaker. Good afternoon to people of Belize, especially the wonderful people in Mesopotamia and all of the other 30 constituencies. Madam Speaker, I would like to raise an issue of public concern, which is Standing Order 13.2, not to be mistaken with Standing Order 14, which I gave notice earlier, and I accept your decision, and I will do better next time to meet the threshold. I would just like to point out that I followed the same procedure as I did the last time I attempted to raise a matter of definite, urgent public importance, and so it was not inconsistent with what I had done previously, but I am clear on the threshold that you have outlined, and I will do better. I just want to also mention that I was guided to that standing order by you, because in the past, colleagues have wanted to speak on various subject matters, and you had directed that this would be the way to accomplish that. So the matter of public concern that I would like to speak on is the concerns of the teachers in our country, Madam Speaker. With a litany of national priorities to manage, Madam Speaker, education ranks among the top tier, towering above almost all else in regards to the key pillars driving the development of our nation. Thus, teachers are most hallowed among the pantheon of nation builders for their invaluable service, Madam Speaker, molding the minds of our youth and the future leaders of Belize. Unfortunately, Madam Speaker, this PUP government is failing miserably in treating our teachers with the dignity and respect they deserve. And this is not just political hyperbole. I point you to two circulars that have been released to the public that I should have maybe shared with you this morning, and that could have guided your decision in my notice of definitive public concern. One is a letter dated in November by the BNTU, and the other is dated right here in December 11th, 2023, in which they spelled out all of the concerns that they had and threatened strike action, industrial action, if these concerns were not met, Madam Speaker. And this is consistent with the behavior of this PUP government from the moment they took office 3 years ago. They cut the teacher's salary 10% after lying that they would increase it 20%. And this lame duck government has continued to delay and renege and reverse their promises. I read from that December 11th letter, Madam Speaker, where the BNTU is threatening industrial action. If our demands remain unmet by March 2024, we will be forced to engage in industrial action. This may include sickouts, demonstrations, strike action, and other forms of protests. Our demands, we reiterate our unwavering demands as follows. Payment of the 2022-2023 increment by the end of February 2024. Payment of allowances by the end of January 2024, which we are here now. A written memo from the Ministry of Education to all managing authorities indicating that an additional 30 minutes is not mandatory. Completion of the income tax return reconciliations process by managing authorities by mid-March 2024, ensured by the Ministry of Education, and payment of all income tax returns owed to teachers at a time to be set after consultations with the Belize Tax Service, Madam Speaker. This is what the BNTU is saying, and I believe this is urgent, especially in keeping with all of the marvelous, noble things that the members on that side said about education and how important education is, and that MCC $200 million grant that you're getting from our friends in the United States of America, and how you care about the youth and the students and the teachers, in fact, Madam Speaker. So this is what the teachers are saying, Madam Speaker, and maybe the minister is not hearing. Prime Minister had to excuse himself. I wish that he could have been here because, you know, I won't be unkind to him as he is to me, because, Madam Speaker, the public doesn't like it. And it is something that I would encourage you, the standing orders say insulting and offensive languages. So the member from Orange Walk Central and his other members always trying to make a mockery and to humiliate and to bully colleagues on this side with the offensive and insulting words is not conducive to a constructive debate where we debate substance, Madam Speaker. So it would have been good for the Prime Minister to be here to hear what it is the teachers are saying, because the Prime Minister fancies himself via Stuart Leslie and all of those memorandums and speeches that Stuart writes for him to be this genius and to be so brilliant. You boast of having a PhD from the member in Dangriga, who is the Minister of State in Education. This is what you guys boast, the real PhD. However, you cannot be that smart, you cannot be such geniuses where in 3 years never has a government failed so miserably, Madam Speaker. And this is the point that I'm trying to make with these issues that the BNTU is raising. It is not about being a genius. It is not about what degree you have. It is about political will. Do the job that you beg the people to give you. And that job is simple. Meet the demands. You always talk about how the UDP failed. I am so pleased that my colleague, the honorable member from Collett, the most distinguished Minister of Education ever, was here to correct you, to educate you, right? Because he's everything but dissertation, even though you hold these degrees. So, valued Madam Speaker, people don't care about degrees, people care about action. And the BNTU is telling you that if you don't meet their demands by March, they will take industrial actions, Madam Speaker. Because the people of Belize are tired of these traditional, conventional politicians that think because they went to law school and because they have some type of high education that they are better than the Belizean people, and when they get into office, they don't have to execute. This is about execution. This is about delivery. You made the promises and you're not delivering, Madam Speaker. Despite the threats of industrial action, Madam Speaker, as I said, the government refuses to govern. And you would think that they talk about the UDP being in government for 13 years. They were in opposition for 13 years, Madam Speaker. They had 13 years to get it right, to see all that was wrong and to fix it. Madam Speaker, there's a reason that the UDP was elected for 13 years, because we were doing it right. They will not make it past one term. They are not even going to make it past March 6, Madam Speaker, because they have failed in delivering all the things that they've promised, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, you know, I used to think it was that the PUP was incompetent, just did not have the apt and ability to deliver and govern. But as we go year after year, the incompetence, to me, Madam Speaker, is just a lack of concern. It is gone to callousness. They simply don't care about the Belizean people, Madam Speaker. And one of the most glaring examples of that, the most glaring, are those instructors at the IT vet that have not been paid since September of 2023. This is not, again, political hyperbole, me coming in here, grandstanding, making this up. This is what they're saying on Channel 7. You don't need a PhD to pay the instructors what it is they deserve. How do they pay their mortgages, Honorable Member from Freetown? How should they pay their rent? How should they pay the highest cost of living ever? These are not things that I care to raise on the adjournment. These are things that I would prefer that you'd be taken care of. And you know what our debate could be? I want to push forward. I want to raise the threshold. I'm not interested in coming in here chastising you about things that you should be doing. Should be doing, so pay the instructors. They told you about this last year. You made up some type of foolish excuse. What is the excuse now? You just came into this honorable house in December, passed a supplementary, more money to the Ministry of Education, and you can't pay the instructors, yet you come with a bill to increase the age limit, to say, you know, yes, this is good for Belize, and this is good for our students, and this is good, and yes, so you could get that MCC money. But how are you going to educate your students with a demoralized set of teachers, with educators who cannot pay their bills, who are now going to do a sick out until you pay them? That's what you're there to do. You get paid to make sure that they are paid. You get paid to make sure that this government, through this country, is getting all of the goods and services that you beg the Belizean people. You asked for this job. Nobody went around and said, oh, member from Freetown, member from Caribbean Shores, please be my area rep. No, that's not how it was. You went around and you said you could do better. And Minister of Education, again, I appreciate the contributions that you have made throughout your career. I appreciate the support that you give to the people of Mesopotamia. But you have to do better, Minister. This is the problem with you and the member from Orange Walk Central. You guys have been there too long. You're disconnected and tone deaf. You have to treat the people's concern with urgency. I want to hear how you will get up and explain why hard-working educators that you claim to love and revere so much would not get paid their salaries since September. The National Assembly is not holding your salary. The Minister of Finance is not holding your salary. How unconscionable is that, Minister? These are people who are living, some of them, paycheck to paycheck. Could you imagine, and maybe you can't because you guys go from your air-conditioned offices to your air-conditioned government SUVs to your air-conditioned mansions. No, all of my assets are mine. I don't get anything from the government. They won't even give me an allowance for my vehicle. But, Madam Speaker, so there is a level of, as I said, disconnection where none of you seem to appreciate what the average man and woman are going through in Belize. None of you seem to want to take your lip service and put it into action. Prove me wrong. Prove me wrong and make sure that those instructors at ITVET get paid on Monday. You have, oh, well, I'm happy to hear, the interview was on Wednesday. The interview was on Wednesday or Thursday. I don't have to wrap up. I don't have to wrap up. 42B, allow me to speak. The way you treat the public officers is nonsense. The way you are treating the teachers is nonsense. You have money to go to COP28 with these massive entourage and delegations. I'm talking about your government, sir. Don't try to distance yourself from your government now. You have all the monies for that, but you don't have money to pay instructors. And if you did pay them, wonderful. That's your job. You don't need a round of applause or a pat on the back for that. And you never paid until Lengana Channel 7. You had monies to give the CEOs these lofty increases in allowances. But you don't have money to pay your instructors at the ITVET, which is dealing with a very fragile segment of the education populace. Those same kids that you say you want to keep off the street, many of them I have personally paid with my scholarship funding to put them there because they are not academically inclined. So you want to put them in the vocational training so that they could have some type of skill set so as to not fall prey to the street. So this is why this is an urgent matter, Madam Speaker, and I do pray that the Minister of Education and his Minister of Finance will, if they have not already paid them, because they said the same thing about the Crown Council, Madam Speaker, and the Crown Council not get paid yet. Now they have to go to the Judicial Services Commission and all types of bureaucratic protocol. Please, do the job that you were elected to do. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the Minister of Education, member for Freetown.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the only logical conclusion I can come to is that things are going so desperately bad for the leader of the opposition in his party and on the campaign trail across the country that he has to come here to this National Assembly today and play politics with education of all things. I mean, are things so bad for you in your party? Are you so desperate to hold on to power? Are you so desperate on the campaign trail? Doors are being slammed in your face all across the country that you have to come here today and manufacture a crisis? I mean, is that what you're trying to do? Play politics with education? Man, how low can you sink? How desperate are you? Manufacture a crisis where none exists. First of all, let me say this.
Madam Speaker, stop
Yeah,
shout.
yeah,
And
good
Madam
point.
Speaker, I could share the
Good point, good
BNTU internal
You wanna tell
memo
me-
with you, Madam Speaker,
Member.
where they
No, no.
threaten strike action.
Member.
So again,
Member.
they're imputing improper motives on me saying that I am lying. It is not a lie, Madam Speaker.
Madam Speaker,
Member, I will ask you, member for Mesopotamia, practice what you asked the other side. 42B. Thank you. No, man, you can't have it both ways with me. I'm done. I'm done. Member for Freetown, continue.
yeah, thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, if the, you know why, you know, there's credibility in the assertion, man, you know why there's credibility in what I'm saying.
Member for Freetown,
sorry.
please allow me a minute.
Yeah, sorry, man.
I have practiced a lot of patience, particularly with you, member for Mesopotamia, leader of opposition. I will address the comments that you made that misrepresent the reference to 14, but until then, I'm going to ask you to stay silent.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I think, you know, if the leader of the opposition was serious about raising this issue, if we were to attach any credibility to him raising this as an issue of urgent public importance, you know, all he had to do was go back and look at what has taken place since those releases. And, you know, and he's referring to releases from, I don't know if you just found these releases, you just discovered these releases, November and December. Sir, if you had checked, you would have known that after those releases were made, the Ministry of Education, the Accountant General's Office, the Treasury Department, all of us met together with the Belize National Teachers Union, all of the branches from across the country, all of this after December, in December, we did this in December, but after these releases were put out. And we had a very good, productive meeting, sir. After the meeting, if you had checked, you would know that the media interviewed the interim or acting president of the BNTU, and he said, sir, we are absolutely satisfied with the discussions we had today with the Ministry of Education, with the Accountant General's Office, with the Treasury Department. We took everybody there, the finance officer, everybody. We took everybody there to discuss these matters. And we had a very good, respectful dialogue and discussion. These are long-standing issues. Again, if you would only do some research, do some work, you would understand. And the member for Collett knows this. This is not politics. We don't want to play politics. He knows that this issue of increments and allowances goes back for many years. We've been trying to catch up. In fact, they're trying to catch up from 2016, 2017, 2018. The department has been working overtime. The Treasury Department, the Ministry of Education, we hired, I think, 8 part-time workers just to catch up on these increments going way back to 2016. We finally got last year we got up all the way up to 2022 from 16. So years under the UDP and 1 or 2 years under the PUP. We finally caught up last year, and now in 2023 we're dealing with the current heirs. So man, these are long-standing issues, but we're dealing with them. The BNTU knows, because of our discussions, that we are acting in good faith. We are resolving these matters. In fact, it's reported to me earlier this week that with the exception of a few teachers where there are some discrepancies in terms of what has been provided to the ministry, everybody has gotten their increments and their allowances. Everybody has gotten them. So we're up to date with those matters. So there's no need to come and make a desperate attempt to create a crisis where none exists, right? That is absolutely, unnecessary. This government, you talk about our commitment to teachers, man. It is this government that a long-standing issue, the member for College knows this very well, the long-standing issue of Proposal 22. Yes, we can differ about, where we go and so. The bottom line is that is something that is critically important to the future of these teachers. They lobbied for that, they worked for that for years and years. And it is this government that delivered 100% salaries and pension benefits for the teachers of this country. So Anyway, on the issue of the IT vet instructors, again, these are long-standing issues. Anybody who knows anything about the IT vet structure will understand. And the member for college can educate you on these things. If you want to, because you don't talk to the man, you know the land, you know the benefit, you like get up and talk this empty rhetoric about the man, the best education, but then they listen to the man. Make the man guide you. So the IT vet structure is a very difficult one. We have these instructors on one-year contracts. So it's something we're working on. We're trying to change that structure. I would love to see them on 3-year structures, but it's a complex issue because many of them are private sector people, so they don't really want it on no long-term contract. But the one-year contract, the structure is, and that's how government works. I hope you understand this. When we are renew these contracts, you have to go through the Ministry of the Public Service. You have to go through the Ministry of Finance for approvals. So there's a process that has to be followed for the renewal of these contracts. And unfortunately, it takes time. And believe me, I complain bitterly about it. That's the bureaucracy. We have to deal with it. We hope to make it more efficient, but we have to live with it. Unfortunately, these teachers, these instructors at IT Vet, who, of course, we certainly, do not want them to lose their salaries and not have access to salaries. And let me make this point. The IT Vet, because of our involvement, the ministry's involvement through the IT Vet, made sure that they were paid. They were paid by the IT Vet during that period up to December. It was in January that the IT Vet had a shortfall, and so we have been working on addressing that issue. And of course, when the money comes in now, it will have to be reimbursed. But they were not without monies for all those months. They got their pay. They got for December, for Christmas. We made sure of all of that. And I can report to you today that all of the funds have been deposited to these instructors. So it took some time. It's unfortunate, and we certainly do not want to see that repeated. We've been working, as I said, on changing the structure of these contracts so that we don't have to go through this bureaucratic process every year, and instead, try to have longer-term contracts. So we've resolved all of these issues, Madam Speaker. Again, I want to close on a positive note. Education is everybody's business. I think all of us in this National Assembly feel a special, strong commitment to education, strong commitment to our teachers who we know are on the front line of delivering education. So all of us are committed to ensuring that our teachers be treated with respect, with dignity, with fairness. So let's avoid, let this be the last time that we play politics with the teachers, play politics with education. Yes, I know it will not be the last time, but I certainly have to make the plea and place it on the record. Let's not play politics with education, man. It's too important. It's too important. It's too important. That never come under Ministry of Education. That come under some, I think, health or some other thing. But anyway, so I will end on that note, Madam Speaker. We are committed to ensuring, as I said, that our teachers are treated fairly, respectfully, and we are always prepared to do the right thing for our teachers. I thank you.
Thank you. Members, before we adjourn, I think it's incumbent upon me. I think I've done this before, but I'm happy to do it again. When you stand on Standing Order 13, on adjournment of the House, 13.2, it's a matter of public importance. When you want, as a member, to utilize definite matter of urgent public importance, that is on Standing Order 14. That has to be submitted to the Speaker prior to the commencement. But you have to state what that definite matter of urgent public importance is, so that the Speaker can be satisfied that it meets the threshold of definite, urgent, and public importance. Member for Mesopotamia, Leader of Opposition, I do recognize that in your remarks you referred to if by certain things weren't done, March 2024. So it is not definite. I went to great pains, well, not so much great pains, I thought it was a bit obvious this morning to state what is definite matter of urgent public importance. Your standing orders are there for guidance. I continue to invite members to meet with the Office of the Clerk. We are happy to go through these. Almost all standing orders have a proceeding, and where it is not clear in Belize's standing orders, I assure you, your Office of the Clerk and the team, who have been steeped in this for some time, along with myself reaching out to my colleagues in the region on how they have dealt with these matters because of precedents, are always utilized. And on the final matter of language, because both sides, while I will concede and accept that I think both sides, at least in the last 3 years, have done a better job. But both sides continue, if you will, to push the envelope, particularly when the mics are off. And I will say to both sides, Leader of Opposition, Prime Minister, ministers, and those who are not ministers in this House, we can all do better with the language, but don't try to bring the Speaker in when it doesn't pleases you with a decision that the Speaker takes. If nothing else, the Speaker, quite frankly, does not always enjoy the pleasure of both sides of the House. And that is something I actually don't have a problem with, because it is the standing orders that guide this chair. With that, honorable members, the question is that the House do now adjourn. All those in favor, kindly say aye. Aye. I haven't stood. All those against, kindly say no. I think the ayes have it. Now is when you stand, members.